Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way, okay? I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope without a chance. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the things as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. Now it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen it right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause your rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now, and it's not the time to quit. Pull yourself together, whoa, and let it start it right now. The time has come now, yeah, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. It's come now.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. landscapes. Right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering landscapes we're discovering. Whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh,
this will hurt much when there's low long eyes. You and me against the word, oh say no more words, 'cause I've had enough and I had enough and I no more hurt. 'Cause I
There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santa Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, 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 oh.
Running in circles, waiting for the moment to come. There's no rehearsal when you want to reach the stars. I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting room. 'Cause we were born to achieve our dreams. So just fire away, fire away. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the clock, the game is on. 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 I feel I'm on the edge, testing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action, okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the clock, the game is on. 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 The game is on.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? Do you love me for real? No, 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 ocean. Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope with the riches. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the things as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide open in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And the sun is right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go Three worlds wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. And if the pain that you feel comes to an end so soon, the time has come now. And don't stop the time to quit. Pull yourself together, whoa. And let it start it right now. The time has come now, yeah, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. It's come now.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street. I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I emotional landscapes. Right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. With me, skin to skin, wandering landscapes we're discovering. Whole new worlds are new and well.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕；反又让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶猛，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to what I'll call the last week of the LPL, which feels like a Monday because we've got makeup games, but it's Thursday, it's the end of the week. I don't know where we're at, but my name's Hysterics, and I'm joined by Jordan, Lyric Corby. Once was called Bear Milk Tea, before that, Grey. So you've been through the roundabouts there, and once again, you get to go through the roundabout with me.
I gotta say, though, it does feel like we're doing a disservice to the audience of not having the Irish guys on St. Paddy's Day, me and you. What are we doing here?
I was going to start with an Irish accent, but I kind of stopped last bit. I thought I got to pay the respect. We'll wait for the RNG and what do we name about a Sheen? Gala. We'll wait for the gala to come onto stage together. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone who celebrates it. I wore my green lyric. I feel like you're also at a disservice by not wearing green. I don't know what color that is, man, but that ain't green.
I don't own green. I don't have green. But you know what? I'm sure production's like, what are these guys doing? Let's bring up yesterday's games.
We should.
Because yesterday, there were specifically 2 games. Only 2. We only had 1 series because, again, a bunch of series got rescheduled, particularly OMG. And yeah, yesterday was a very quick one. I think the broadcast lasted about an hour. His top esports came out and clapped Anyone's Legend and, sadly took them out of the playoff run.
Yeah, Anyone's Legend, a team that surprised me, and I feel like I say this about a lot of our teams every split, but Anyone's Legend truly had a bit of a Cinderella story when they were sitting towards the bottom of the standings at the start of the split. Lyric, you remember, we talked about AL and we're like, they were one of the worst teams we thought.
What's crazy is, right, they took over Rogue Warriors' spot, and I feel like Rogue Warriors was the team that surprised us every split with how they almost were able to make playoffs. Sadly, never were, so at least keeping up the spirit of that one. You guys can see the teams locked in, 7 so far. Potentially could get an 8th locked in today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal, right? RA with playoff implications with a win here today, with a win through their next couple of series. We get towards the end of the split, and every game counts is only applicable to some because WE versus TT, Lyric, they're both already out. We're just going to play yakety sax later on.
Yeah, we are gonna have a bit of a fun one, but starting off here, right? RA, JDG.
Yep.
You already hit on it. If Rare Adam win, they're in playoffs. And for Rare Adam, that's pretty crazy. Rare Adam actually undefeated on 12.4 so far. Actually, I think I'm wrong. I think that's JDG. RA have only dropped 1 game on 12.4. But point is, if Rare Adam can get the job done, they're up there with the likes of the EDGs, the RNGs, the top esports teams we wouldn't expect.
I mean, you're saying that, only 1 loss. It was against OMG, remember. But RA with that team that came through, they were hot on a 6-win streak. And this was a team that at the start of the split had a really rough start to it. Again, they secure 8th, at the very least for the midterm, with a win here. Now, that could change up depending what happens with our teams below them. But for Rare Adam with their last couple of series, I mean, this team has the option to hit 10, Lyric, which is such a big deal.
Oh, yeah, especially with just recent form. They're coming off beating Weibo, so JDG and EG, I think both very realistic series for them to win.
So, all right, comes down to today and against EDG, but today, more realistic matchup. As we kind of look at the starting journeys of both these teams, RA especially, Lyric starting with a 1-5 by the halfway point. We're like, it's all over for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the teams they were losing to, right? Getting 2-0'd by IG. They lost to Anyone's Legend. A lot of the other teams, like, okay, they were top teams expected to be very strong this, but the top esports one was a welcome surprise for them. But still, the fact that they are where they are now is a complete shock. For JDG, I'd still say it's a bit surprising. A lot of their losses by week 5 were to the upper echelon. But we looked at this roster on paper and we didn't have much faith in them.
I think JDG especially have been coming through a bit of an enigma for me. Let's just quickly start on RA as we look through clips though. Rare Adam. There is one man who surprised me the most this split. And I have to say, my MVP of this roster so far is Cube, despite, I know you're talking up Loyan. I know Loyan's a bit of a beast, but where did Cube come from?
I know, Cube just suddenly going on a rampage, and it's not just one aspect of his game, right? We saw the solo kill in the first one, that aspect of him finding the flank in the teamfight on a champion that's not really known to teamfight. And Cube, especially in the past few weeks, has literally just been slaying everybody. So Cube's going to be the player we're going to be keeping our eye on today for Adam if they want to qualify for playoffs.
Now, on the other side, let's talk a bit more about JDG. JDG are already qualified for playoffs. That's why we're not doing a little segment here on how they secure. It's more about how high they can go. JDG as well have 2 series left remaining. This against R8, then Weibo Gaming later. And if we just cut to JDG's strength this split, I have to say that, 369 as well, Lyric, has been a really solid anchor for them, and it feels like Kanavi's been growing with him too.
Yeah, I feel like the team just knows how to play with 369 very well. We saw giving him attention up towards top side. They do that quite frequently, but also just his team play overall. He's been covering other lanes with roams, with TPs like we see here. He's been pretty solid in team fights, picking for the team with the Malphite. And, when you're going up against a beast like Cube, we're going to need to see 369 step up. Yep. Kanavi, also enabling him, because I feel like Kanavi really has been a standout this split. Just the battle of the top sides in general, junglers and tops for both teams, I feel like being extremely strong.
Yeah, I think we have to look overall at like how these teams find their wins, and it does come back to that top lane. Cube versus 369 is where I want to end up, or at least start the discussion. Different top laners here. I think starting with Cube, Lyric, we've already chatted through all the bonuses of this guy, but through lane, through the attention that RA give him, it feels like this man is set to succeed almost 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, Cube has been, again, just exceptional. I feel like Cube and 369 have kind of gravitated to slightly different areas, despite the fact that they both do get jungle attention. Cube, as you can see, 14 solo kills so far, 4th for top laners. And with the attention he's getting, with how well he's doing in lane, that's simply translating into him getting a first turret. 57% of the time, most teams actually focus that towards their bottom lane. There's 2 members down there, it's easier to break. Where for 369, I feel like he's not getting as much consistent help, and he's not always picking to win his lane. He's playing for the team. That's why he has, higher kill participation. He has more damage coming out as well. So a bit of a really strong laner in Cube, bit more of a team fighter for 369, but I'd say both these guys can fill both niches. We've known Cube for a long time as someone who's played weak side. 369 on top esports was exactly how we just described Cube, so these are both players who can do a bit of it all.
And I'm kind of excited, looking at the champion pool as well. They have their niche, they have their pockets, but it feels like there could be some, I was going to say layover, the overlapping champion pool here, like things like Jace, the Gragas in the past from Cube has been a thing. Sion as well. Something that both of them have played. I just love that Kennen and Gwen are kind of at the top of that champion pool. And while top laners are important here as well, I think it's also important to add that junglers have been a big part of the attention for this team too. Like Loyan and Kanavi have been top tier junglers this split, whereas other splits it's been middling or not as much, especially in Kanavi's case.
I think both of them have had like similar play styles over the years as well, where we've seen them much more focused on themselves, their advantage, not really playing for lanes all that much, and just pretty much power farming to get ahead. But I feel like both have diversified a bit this split. They still do play a lot for themselves, but both Kanavi and Loyan have been adapted pretty well to, these more ganking heavy junglers coming out, the Xin Zhaos, the Lee Sins, the Volley Bears rising in priority. And I not only think both of them are good, I think they're both in conversation for, being on like the first all-star team for junglers in LPL. I think both of them have been incredible this split.
I mean, Kanavi and Loyan, like both names that have been growing with the LPL, Kanavi especially. Now remember, folks, we are in an online format, so you're not going to see players. Just our beautiful little graphics coming through. JDG versus Rare Adam, a playoff implication match here for Rare Adam. For JDG, their chance to rise past the top 4, where RNG, Weber, LNG have been lacking, Lyric. We can talk more about that, but kick me off with ban pick as RA are just going heavy on supports.
Yeah, and I'm kind of expecting JDG to ban Zeri, even though they're on blue side. JDG have been a team that have been banning that one out quite a bit and haven't gravitated towards it as heavily. Hope has actually only played 480 carries. 2 of them you already know, and he's played 2 games of Jhin and only 1 game of Zeri. So I'm a bit surprised that RA maybe didn't try and pinch that 80 carry pool and pull Hope, off of those extremely strong picks. But now we're going to be looking at, things that are still first pick worthy. Obviously the Jinx being the one that stands out. I wouldn't expect RA to ban it, because then you're kind of left with nothing if they take something like an Aphelios and you're like, how do we answer this?
Good point. We get a jungle ban in the end for RA, though. Look at what's open. Things like Zeri. You're already talking about other AD picks. For Hope, he'll just snag that one up. This is only the second time he's played it. He's only been able to sneak it away one other.
And like I said, JDG have been a team that have been banning this on blue side in some of their series, so a bit surprising they go towards it. We're going to get to see if Hope steps up. Now for RA, I mean, you could just go with the stock and standard. Jinx, we know iBoy also very comfortable playing more aggressive champions like the Tristana that they're highlighting now, so it's going to be all up to style. RA have even answered Zeri with different picks coming out in the bottom lane. Typically, they have gone to that Jinx, though, but no. Seems like we're going to get more of an all-in style, more aggression coming out from the RA bot lane, who I feel like in terms of their laning phase are a bit more on the reserve side. So it'll be pretty cool to see iBoy and Yuyanji get a chance to step up.
What do you partner it with? Support straight away or get an early jungle here for Loyan?
Oh, I think you definitely go towards the early jungle. They're already highlighting that now. You can save your pick, maybe wait to see if JDG goes for something in this first rotation.
Yep.
Obviously, when Zeri's on the Rift, we have been seeing like different supports come out. Things like the Alistar do incredibly well in Tour, and you can partner that up with the Tristana quite nicely. But now for JDG, you can just look to match jungle here. And then I feel like typically you'd see jungle support come out in this rotation, but knowing that it is the battle of the top laners and you do have that champion pool up in top side, I think both these guys, very heavy Jace players is split. I'm kind of curious to see if JDG will look to prioritize that over getting Kanavi on something like the Lee Sin or Viego, which has been his most played this split.
I was going to say Viego sits nicely, right? Like some of Kanavi's best games, I feel like have been on this pick. 75% win rate after 8 games. He's got almost a 10 KDA with it, so we return once again. We get the standard session from JDG, which is support AD and jungle, but for RA, straight towards Strive in a mid lane here, a different route, Lyric.
Yeah, putting Strive on something that has a lot of agency. We haven't seen Strive play a lot of these sorts of picks. Ryze has been his go-to, and beyond that, I mean, ignoring the Corki Victor, right? He's played Orianna, and everything else he's only played once. So, RA trying to diversify their playstyle a little bit in terms of how they're coming in with this one. Yagao on the opposite side. I wonder if they're going to ban out something like the Zoe here, because we've seen Yagao obviously go back to that pick that has really defined his career when he is playing against more, I'd say, early game oriented matchups.
True. I mean, one of his best, right? The LeBlanc as well makes sense as a ban. That's been alongside it. So we've already got one taken away. Things like the Ryze can't be optioned into it either. JDG themselves banned it. Vex, a good point there. So you can only take one away. Let's see, a couple of seconds. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Okay, Malphite. All right. Is that like, hey, we're picking Jace?
Yeah, that's how I'm seeing it. I'm seeing RA saying, hey, we're at least going to force you to ban this one away. For JDG, if they did go towards the Jace, he does have other picks available, like the Gragas is something we've seen quite heavily, but it seems like they are more concerned about Cube going towards that Tryndamere. And now for RA, you would expect this is where they come out with a support pick, going up against Alistar Zeri. I mean, typically you really would want that Alistar or Nautilus to come through. Obviously, things like the Leona are still open if you do want to look for some lockdown, but against Zeri's mobility can be quite hard without any type of point-and-click CC.
That's very true. That's why a lot of time we've seen a lot of stimulus built into that support lane. But further to the matchups we're about to see, JDG, that top lane, we're mentioning things like the Kennen, the Jace as well, has been taken away. 369 has kind of been the silent player historically in the LPL.
Yeah, and he's going to go for a tank here. We already hit on the Gragas being able to play into it. The Scion would work fine as well. But getting some sort of generic tank in the top side, enable 369 play by himself. And now the mid lane pick. We've already kind of hit on some of the options. Obviously, Zoe, something that is there. He could go towards the Vex, which I think fits the comp a lot more holistically in terms of the all-in play style that is able to come out for the side of JDG.
Dive, right? Because if you build with an Akali, then I'm going to immediately say things like dive. As well, Lyric, you know, we've already got some decent scaling with the front line, and now a Veigar here against Strive Zari.
And I'm very interested to see how this one goes, considering that RA are playing with a lot of range so far. Obviously, Jay should really never be in threat of getting caged. Even Tristana can get to a point, even just seeing your itemization, right, things like rapid fire cannon, where you don't have to worry about that too much. And now for RA, I mean, they are playing this more kite back composition, going to go towards the Lulu, so have a big enchanter to buff up your Tristana, frontline in the Volley Bear, and then I think look to play sides a little bit later on, considering you have the Ahri and the Jace turn into a bit of a pick comp, and then once your Tristana gets big and strong with the Enchanter, you can start looking to transition into some team fights.
But I'm kind of more curious about the laning phase itself. RA have built a strong 2v2. We know how Strive prioritizing the Ahri means he's looking for a good time there. The range and topside, Lyric, for Rare Adam, this is a comp that wants to get rolling, right?
Oh, 100%. I think especially up against what JDG have drafted, because we just said, I'm like, okay, you have like this Enchanter support, so, you know, typically later on you're going to be wanting to look to team fight with your hyper carry, but JDG's team fight is absolutely stacked, having the Scion up in topside, having the Viger cage, which just creates so much room, the Viego reset. So I think for RA, a lot of it is going to come out with the fact that they have drafted really strong lanes just across all three lanes. They have a very heavy early game ganking jungler. So for RA, I feel like the name of the game is Snowball, or later on it will get very hard.
I mean, I want to see RA bring in the blood then. Iboy and Yuya, Joe, you pulled up a really interesting point, that these guys aren't the lads who would come out ahead in a 2v2, who would really optimize themselves for an aggressive 2v2. This puts them in a very different position. And when we're going up against JDG, when Hope and Missing have been rising every single game of this split, have been getting better and better, I'm curious to see how it goes, because I feel like Hope and Missing are slowly becoming a solid mid to almost upper echelon 2v2 at the moment, Lyric, at least as an AD carry and support individually.
Yeah, and I feel like the bot lane they drafted for themselves fits their style really well because they're also not extremely aggressive in that 2v2. I feel like we have seen them get more comfortable as the split's gone on. We'll see what they can do up against iBoy and Yu Yanja. You know iBoy wants to go for the aggression.
Oh, yeah.
It is kind of Yu Yanja who is the one who seems to prefer sitting back, playing more for later on in the game, and getting him out on Enchanter just feels like it fits, right? We know Yu Yanja as the Yuumi guy from 2020.
Oh, yeah. The Yuumi guy sitting with Jackie Love has recently been the Rakan guy as well, so... We get a Lulu this time around with iBoy, and we'll watch a little bit closer at how the 2v2 plays out. As we run you into Summoner's Rift, a quick reminder, Rare Atom are on 8 wins, but not secured in playoffs. Good little trade here against Hope, actually, with Halo Blades getting almost a full proc. Hope almost died under half HP, and it's 1 minute into the game, so this is going to be a slow back, if any.
Ooh, and I was kind of wondering if iBoy would want to go poke his head in and maybe see if he was there and try and cancel it, but they aren't going to go for it. In the end, looks like Hope will just be a little bit behind the minion wave, so shouldn't really lose out too much in terms of any CS. And we've kind of already touched on it, right? For RA, we expect it to be very heavily indexed to this early game. It looks like Lien will be starting off towards the bottom side, try and enable that Cube has, say, first few levels. Jay's typically wanting to get those first 3 waves in, then, you know, you can try and secure the bounce back or just look to keep the punishment up depending on how Lien pats. For Kanavi, I'm much more interested in seeing what he does because he shouldn't really have too many options in terms of lanes to play around early. Once 369 hits level 6, once you get the cage, they're there, but look at the minimap.
Okay.
Kanavi being a little bit cheeky.
I mean, looking for some early priority around this enemy jungle. Loya not here yet. The lens picked up, and Kanavi just going to be starting the red buff. And when we're talking about him not having many options, I guess the jungle wasn't included.
And, I mean, just him banking on the fact that Loyan wouldn't be here going for that full clear because both of his soul laners would very easily be able to follow up on this one faster than JDG's would. So, just overall really nice read of what Loyan was going to do. You get the camp, you're going to get out of here. I wonder if he's going to look top first. Doesn't look like the wave should be in a position for it, but no, Cube just committed.
He all in, 369 with low health bar, but it might not matter. Cube is level 2 versus the 2 and top and jungle. Damage coming down, the stun there, and Kanavi with a huge brain to secure first blood.
Great read coming out from Kanavi. Not only steals away Drone Camp, finds the gank. Go!
Return here, though. The charm, the Sky Splitter there got enough damage. Loyan a bit upset by top side, and he gets revenge.
I'm just really happy that he was able to find the gank in mid. I feel like we come out pretty much every day saying, hey, this team is a really strong mid-jungle combination. They have the CC set up there. They have the kill pressure, and we rarely see it executed upon.
Are you okay, Lyric? First question.
I'm not okay for the side of... Actually, both sides. Both sides already giving early kills, and Loyan gonna answer with the red buff. So you know what? I am okay.
Oh, good.
I'm happy that both junglers are showing off right now.
Good, because both junglers got the kill as well. So we've got enhanced gold here as Kanavi misses away from the mist, unfortunately. Red buff stolen away, and that's a big hit considering that Loyan was dragging a little bit, trying to find a gank. He gets a gank, he gets a red buff, he gets bottom side scuttle too. And now he's back in charge.
But I want you to look at the minimap now, right? Because we're obviously playing over top, seeing Cube has the pile here. Of course, Ari having that push in mid, and then RA's bot lane winning. And it feels like this is what's going to enable RA's game plan of trying to find these early ganks, trying to set up invades yourself. You should be the team on the front foot, going into Kanavi's jungle, getting some vision down, and looking for those skirmishes.
Well, he's hiding in the brush. No visions there for now. Good headbutt, pulverize. A small rocket jump from iBoy. But won't burn the flash. Kanavi having his own, not choosing to tear it out. Yanja by his side makes it safe. So we get the shove here, but Loyan still clearing away the camps, and Kanavi still going to be behind CS, while RA's lanes are doing pretty well for themselves.
Oh, and it looks like they're posturing for a dive up in topside. 369 chunked out really heavily after all that trading.
Drive's still not level 6, but he has the flash available. Loyan's moving in, and with every summoner there at advantage, 369 burning the shield, but it can't kill the minions. A nice charm. Cube picks up the kill credit. On the bottom lane, JDG turn it around into Yu Yanja. Good damage from Hope and missing. Now to 1v2 though. iBoy rocket jumps in. Flash away from missing. iBoy going into melee range. Wants a reset and he gets it. But now running away from Hope. The flash gets in midair. Hope won't let him leave alive. And JDG keep it on going.
And we were wrong about both these bot lanes. Both of them coming in today and wanting to find the action.
Yeah.
JDG I mean, just really nice start from them, finding this 2v2. Just playing with vision in the brush. Yuyanja walks up, the combo's there, Missing gets to layer the stun. And then iBoy wanting to turn it around with how low Missing is, hoping he can get the kill, just be able to get the reset rocket jump out. Hope, though, with a really nice flash to make sure that that doesn't go through. And Hope now sitting 2-0 on the Zeri.
And a 10 CS lead as well. Is able to push up the wave, and it feels like iBoy missed a little bit of it. So as we come back to live, just note that RA still with a gold lead, but we have 2 kills, as mentioned, onto Hope. And one still there onto Kanavi, who's just picked up a Sheen. So it feels like right now, Lyric, the gold lead is just coming from the lane advantages through mid, through top, even jungle that we kind of expected to see.
And RA are doing exactly what we hit on for them, right? You should be the team walking into the enemy jungle, getting vision down, trying to track Kanavi from all the prives you have. Again, even potentially looking for some skirmishes. So they've done well so far. If it wasn't for the hiccup in the bot lane, they could have really started to just truck home with the momentum that they've had from these early ganks. But we're starting to get to a point where I think JDG will be happier to fight. 369 having that level 6 would enable Kanavi to gank. Their bot lane as well, Alistar already being post 3 means you have the all-in potential, but talking about their bot lane, looks like it might be punished.
They're going to play a bit defensively though. Loyan without the Sky Splitter, the Storm Breaker, Storm Rift, Storm. Anyway, it's the ulti, which somehow is eluding me right now. JDG with a response though. And Loyan coming through an early smite, gives it over to Kanavi. And it just means that RA back away for now, so a good little response play.
Yeah, and I think RA are still the ones to come out ahead, right? Because they were able to deny Hope and Missing some CS. They got more turret plating onto iBoy. So overall, really nice movement from Strive. Strive, of course, is a player we've highlighted continuously this split. Honestly, picking a rookie of the split will be very hard. I think both Wayward and Strive have just been so massive for their respective teams. I feel like any role and any award feels very hard to give. I remember the last hit we had to give out like MVP. Nothing's gonna happen instead.
No, it's not. It's a Vega. Doesn't have Flash Bears cleanse this time around with the Unsealed Spellbook. So as Kanavi comes around, this will be a different story. Stormbringer was the name I was looking for, but Loyan poked out immediately. Look at that damage from Yagao already. And as he backs away, I mean, JDG have just opened themselves up to get Scuttle in front of the Rift Herald. And Lyric, it feels like both these teams putting in a lot of leg room to make sure that Rift Herald's going to be theirs.
Yeah, and I mean, RA still doing a nice job of being able to control mid, but I feel like the thing is for Rift Herald, the fact that RA's bot lane is the one that just keeps up that prio means that they'll be able to move first if they want to look for any action. They will have to be careful, though, of, walking with an Enchantress support through River can be quite rough if you open up an opportunity for Missing to go in.
Trying to get that interrupt there on the rocket jump for iBoy, the small second window not achieved. And I like how aggressive they're being. You and I were talking a lot about top lane as maybe it's going to come into fruition. Hang on a little tick. Loyan is creeping his way up, going on the bear hunt. Lyric, what I was going to say. Top was our story. It was our little page turner. But it's been about bot, dude. Hope Missing versus iBoy New Yanja continues to be a bit of a barn burner.
And that's what happens when you have this kind of differentiation of bot lanes, right? Because we don't get enchanters all too much here in the LPL, but presenting those opportunities to, again, them whittle them down, play on a knife's edge, get the turret plating, opens up for Hope and Missing to try to look for those all-ins. As we come back to top side, JDG not going to find
mid-air though, on top of Cube. There's the backbreaker into the back line. Kanavi getting a reset here. Now with the Heartbreaker itself already using, going to Loyan, resets, but the charm midway. Strive brings it back. Spirit Rush needs one more. The flash available. He gets over the Rage Cage, and 369 getting away himself. He might have just done it. The Decimating Strike not in range, but it doesn't need to be. Strive running for his life. And Yagao still with the flash as well. Wants another Baleful there. Goes into melee range. The ulti, the nuke. Press R to win. And it's a beautiful sight here as what the heck. It's the Portal Combat. Let's go for another round. Yuyanja going to drop the Ignite on top of Missing. But Missing can feel it, knowing Hope's nearby. And we have 11 kills in 9.5 minutes. This is the right way to start game one of this series.
And JDG specifically have been one of our most aggressive teams in the split. Last time I looked, they leaded in kills of 15. So JDG staying true to the identity we've seen so far this split. We're getting a replay of, I guess something happened bot lane while the skirmish topside happened. We see iBoy jumping in, and I love that. Using the Wild Growth as an aggressive option.
Missing killed him!
Is able, Missing kills him. Also able to get the reset from, getting off the charges of his E. and just sets up for the kill to come in 2v2. Man, that was so great. iBoy Wing in. Instantly the Wild Growth comes out. A ton of damage, the knock up. Everything was there. And this is not the bot lane combination that should be looking for all heads, right? Lulu, Tristana up against Alistar Zeri. You'd expect it to be the other way around, but iBoy found an opportunity to punish, and he did it.
Apparently, yeah. It is the 2v2, in fact, that should be fighting it, because iBoy has been aggressive as all hell. There was that quick couple of kills that went over to Hope, but now it's been returned. Dragon goes over to RA as well, and when we said this is a team that has to find an early game lead, really nice to see the commitment as Herald is on the wrong side of the wall, but at the very least, it opens up for first turret blood, surely to go to RA.
Yeah, and look at where Kanavi's on the map. He isn't top, so we can try and respond and dive cube. He's obviously not able to answer here on this play, so at the end of the day, RA, they got a dragon, they get a turret, and it's completely unanswered. JDG not able to do anything. Kanavi probably just going to go back, do his topside camps, maybe look for a window to punish Cube since he doesn't have flash, but not too much available to them with the timing that RA went with.
So what kind of lead to RA need? Because when you talked about how the early game has to start off, we have some pretty definitive lanes. Like, Strive is ahead by almost 20 CS despite getting killed in I guess, a solo fashion from Yigao at the end. We've got 2 kills now down onto iBoy, so he's well and truly away, picking up the Kraken Slayer and helping get first turret blood. We actually have 3 mythics on RA too, so further to that point, Lyric, it feels like we got the damage that RA were looking for in this draft.
Yeah, 369 doesn't have flash.
I want you to answer that question for me as soon as we see this play out. He's going to get away and RA disappears, so tell me a little bit more.
So I feel like RA actually need like a decently sizable advantage to go up against JDG in the later stages. Again, they've guaranteed engage coming out from the Scion and the Alistar. They have a front line. They have it all.
Okay, they're actually going to get 2-man knock-up. Ulti from Luyen is unstoppable. Stormbringer Sky Splitter in a choke, but look at Kanavi. He's running in with the wild growth from Yuyanjar. Makes it so iBoy can stick around. This guy's been rocket jumping into faces, but he doesn't have flash anymore. The JDG forcing out quite a lot, bringing this choo-choo train in from 369.
And I feel like we just saw a key thing of what JDG are going to want to look to do throughout the game is go for these engages, even when like no neutral objectives up, force out the flash on the enemy side, so then when you have your next ulti up, it is a guaranteed engage. iBoy won't be able to escape like he had in that scenario, and you can't get kited out. Because if JDG do, let's say, engage at opportune times and full commit, and iBoy is able to reposition, he's able to survive with the help of Yuyanj and his summoners, and that is a way for RA to be able to take fights.
Well, we're going to find out what he can do here in a 2 versus 3, even 2 versus 4 as Yigao's moving up. There's the Electro Surge from Hope, and Unbreakable Heartbreaker. Kanavi with a reset maker goes in for the reset, but he dies on the way from the turret. Yigao's joined in. Yuyanj doesn't want to stick to find out what happens if he stays. For JDG, again, Kanavi leading the kill score.
Still being able, 1 kill going over both sides. I believe both of them had bounties as well, so both teams picking up a nice little chunk of gold, but the action doesn't stop. Luyen coming for a flank.
Doesn't have ulti here from 369. He goes up instead, wants to play the Dosey-Do, the flash down. Nice and smart, but 369 still down a summoner with RA's response play.
There is no one better at Dosey-Doing than 369, who did go with the turbo chem tank, which always surprises me. I always feel like it's something you don't really need on Scion, and could always go towards something like a my god, it's not called, yeah. I was gonna say it's not called an Iceborne Gauntlet anymore. Frostfire Gauntlet. There we go. Okay. But did go for it, so we'll be able to close that distance if RA are able to kite out the initial engage. At least gives you other follow-up options available. As we see the dive here, nice by iBoy to keep missing away from being able to get that hard CC down. And then Kanavi's able to finish off the kill, but picking up the soul in turret aggro range. 2 turret shots go over, and he does go down.
I like as well that, you know, speaking of Kanavi, outside of that play, we have a Trinity Force on Viego. It's been, you know, a bit of a mismatch, a mix and match. A bit of a bundle, let's say that, from Viego's. But, you know, Trinity Force as well has recently been the item to choose for a lot of bruises in competitive play.
Yeah, it's something we've seen, you know, come a little bit more to fruition, especially as other items have gotten nerfed.
Yep.
Obviously, typically the other option on him would be the Divine Sunder, but gonna get a lot of value just out from things like the more movement speed, the Mythic passive coming in. You're getting more AD from that. So we're gonna see how Kanavi uses all these stats, as RA should be the team looking to solidify this Rift Herald with all the pressure they've been able to keep. But look at JDG. They move Kanavi mid.
Yep.
They help Yagao get Prio, and now they're the team with numbers advantage on the objective.
But RA still look very aggressive, and Strive has an angle at level 11 that he could flank from. Kanavi in the pixel brush by himself. There's no ward coverage there. Loyan walking in, but the cage hits him. Everfrost down as well. They sent everything at him, but he survived. Now for iBoy in the middle with the wild growth. It won't save him now. I didn't catch that on the back end, Lyric, but RA just got sandwiched from 2 angles.
Yeah, JDG, knowing what their composition's strong at. They didn't have to commit 369.
I mean, he just wants to go in again. Look at this absolute fridge trying to dictate the map.
Why is 369 a fridge?
Because fridge is, if you punch a fridge, what does it do?
It does absolutely nothing.
That's
I guess
right.
It hurts you.
That's right. That's right. So
I don't know if that's the purpose of a fridge, though. I don't know if the purpose of a fridge
It stores
is for people
things.
to punch it and for it to harm you.
it stores things. It stores hope, potential. 369 literally storing items at this point. Hey, Loyan's going to back away. But there's nothing more solid than a fridge.
That is true. And
Probably not,
Speaking of things, you know, with fridges, because we see 369 top. Surprisingly, Cube was pushing out bot, and then once he saw Hope answer the wave, TP to top side, hoping to get that turret, but that will be a teleport down for what feels like really nothing. A turret that they could have easily guaranteed anyway with Cube, you know, just going for the reset and then playing towards the top side with the pressure.
Oh, got him.
Oh!
Lens away. Everfrost was a little bit slow, but remember, Yagao was just throwing it out in case. For iBoy, that cleanse being down, Lyric, I know you mean conversation, but as a play-by-play, I get the power to change where we go in direction. I want to point out there's so much CC that iBoy as a Tristana might have wild growth, but if he gets locked down by either Vega, by Kanavi's W, 369 decimating smash, we have Hope with slow on W, missing headbutt pulverize. Like, there are so many tools to stop a Tristana.
Yeah, that's why we kind of hit on more in draft, right? That RA having the option to snowball early, then commit to playing sides. It's what they've done. They've just committed to playing sides knowing that they can't match JDG in a 4v4 or a 5v5. But still, I mean, we've hit on this for years, right? In terms of things like Soul and how strong Dragons have made it very hard to play unless you can get the tempo.
Sure.
Just start getting so far ahead, you can get the enemy jungle, find these picks. Rotate first, cause numbers advantage. And already haven't been able to do that. They are ahead, you know, about a solid 2,000.
But only just, right? iBoy sitting in the brush by himself. Lands over the wall now that he's spotted out. Looks like JDG back away. But you're right. I mean, RA's tempo has only been to the tune of 2,000 gold. Right now it's sitting under. And as you said, that's not enough. We need to see this bridge into dominance, into side lanes, right? We need to see Strive pop off. I know I'm making it very bland as to how you put it, but at the very least, RA need to speed this ahead.
Yeah, and JDG now actually going to be the ones trucking forward with this Rift Herald. Even 369 kind of waiting in the wings off to the side, has the ult available if members of RA maybe try to look for a counter engage, but RA just committing to playing sides. They're keeping Strive down on that bot side, so will guarantee a turret for the side of JDG.
Yeah, it looks pretty weak as well on the minimap. JDG just opening up the mid lane for the time being. That's going to be the trade. Strive able to push in one minion wave, but not the other, and Yagao's moving down. So gold continues to be at a reachable point. And with 2 dragons on JDG as well, I think it's worth mentioning, Lyric, that when these comps want to be soaring ahead, getting these early couple of objectives, knowing that you don't have to fight at their tune, at the enemy's tune, is always a big deal.
Yeah, it's extremely important, but speaking of important, it's nice to see RA, you know, start to group up, start to put a bit of a siege down, because, I mean, the range that we were talking about as well, the Jace Tristana being able to come in, the sad part is you just open yourself up to getting engaged on so easily. Both teams are playing around such important timers. For JDG, the question will always be, when are you going to drop waves on sides to commit to looking for an engage on mid to just open up the game in a massive way? And for RA, it's when are you going to be able to find windows to be able to look for these picks on sides? JDG haven't really given too many windows since we've gotten post 15 minutes.
And it's been 369 that they're focused on. And for 369, like, his flash goes down, he picks up a ghost. He's an unsealed spellbook Scion. And he's getting to this point where he's not only a top mount fridge, but that comes with a freezer as well. So pretty good stuff here. Level 12, he's just picked up a turret on the top side. And JDG still only 1,000 gold behind. 20 minutes into the game, Lyric. Baron's now just spawned, but I'm more looking towards this next dragon coming up in a minute 15. See what RA choose. Even their pick potential right now are struggling to find that tank.
Yeah, for the teams, I expect them to approach it differently. For RA, you're just going to have to play through the pressure Ari's been able to generate in bot lane, probably try and force your way through there. It's where, for JDG, they can probably guarantee themselves mid-prio just by stacking up mid with their tanks, and then members like iBoy won't be able to walk forward to clear that wave. You'll really be depending on Cube and his accelerated shock blasts.
Lyric, I want you to tell me what you had for breakfast this morning, and if it's going to be as good as this next fight. Completely irrelevant. Just how my brain's going right now.
So, I didn't have breakfast this morning because I was not awake
Trash.
this morning, as you know, LPL schedule. But by default, then, this fight will be better than my breakfast that
Good.
was non-existent because this fight will happen.
Okay. Well, I'm
Or it
going
won't.
to talk to you about that because problem is you need breakfast to start a morning. 15 seconds, by the way, till Dragon, folks, and everything's kind of just been a bit of a tussle for vision control right now. We're going back and forth, the push and pull. JDG are not committing to Dragon. RAR, we're A-ramming a bit. Damage coming through. Hello, Scion. He hasn't ulted yet, but he has... No, he hasn't even used a chem tank. He just ran at them. I mean, look at this. Here we go. Choo-choo. iBoy running away. Good little rocket jump away, but Cube knocked on in. Now the front to back commences. Hope's already crashed it down, and Kanavi's into the background. He gets a reset. He gets another and another. JDG, it all gets delivered to them. That's what I call 30% off Uber Eats.
And JDG, like we said, have not dropped a single game since we have swapped over to 12.4. They're still coming in, still looking strong, and they're taking RA down with that ace.
That was easy, and I think 369 is probably laughing at this point. Keeping everyone at bay. This guy taking no damage, and for JDG now on salt point. A Baron in front of them. Teleport being used by 369. As we go to the replay, look at this, Lyric. I mean, they are obsessed with this guy.
Yeah, missing finds the opportune flank, which is even crazier considering that they have the vision there to be able to spot him out. I wonder if maybe a Hex Flash came out. And then Kanavi getting in between all members once he did get the first reset off of the Jace, and then Hope to finish it out to be able to guarantee them that ace. But I feel like the most interesting part of this fight was actually the setup going into it, because we were talking about it's about JDG dropping waves and finding, you know, opportunities to group mid and just force these fights. But RA were the ones who actually committed to losing minions on sides to group mid first, and it looked like their plan was, okay, doesn't matter if we lose minions on side, we get on the objective first, we try to poke them out so they aren't able to enter the space. But you see, with the Scion and with an Alistar, it is just so easy to ignore that poke and guarantee the engage that you're looking for.
Because look at the damage. Like, the damage sources going into 369 Lyric. We have lethality. We have a 2-item Ahri. Like, we have a lot of burst. But we don't have the consistent DPS that maybe someone like the Zeri could put out. Maybe even like the Vaynes, the Aphelioses, right? Like, it looks pretty hard to be able to make threats on 369.
Oh, yeah, and even having, right, the consistent DPS coming out from your Tristana, because iBoy will definitely be able to shred any tank he hits with the help of Yuyanja right beside him as well, but I mean, without the other members really able to get meaningful damage off, it does feel quite hard, especially while JDG also have, you know, they have good DPS, they have bursts coming out from their mid laner. Kanavi is absolutely massive right now, so JDG doing a nice job of just playing out through 2 lanes right now, push in mid, start hovering over towards spot to guarantee that turret. They can try and sync up these waves hitting. I
mean, Hope is doing so much work. Look at this 3-item Zeri, 6, 1, and 3. As well, Kanavi, a bit of a threat himself, and as they walk up to the turret, 369 absorbs the wave. Lyric, we were talking about the top side matchup, and I love that it's been tank versus, what would you call, AD Assassin? Like, from Cube. And 369 has been the better player here in this matchup, has played the better role. And for JDG, their top laner again, the anchor of the team, continues to walk up. They just have to give mid lane turret. Missing's going over. iBoy is, he wants red buff, but the base is burning.
I don't know. I mean,
okay.
For RA. Oh, he's going for it. No, he's not.
Okay.
He's not going for it. I was gonna say, I mean, you're already in such a rough position, right? Even if iBoy's there, JDG take that inhibitor. Yeah. So, you know, getting a bit more firepower.
I mean, Tristana flank would have been a lot of fun, but doesn't happen. You know. to the cage. I mean, boy, he's got red buff, so let's see what that changed. Onto missing. I would do it. What have you got to lose at this point? RA, their base is broken. They're 6,000 gold down. Lyric in a series that matters so much for them. It's just all turned around so fast.
Yeah, for a series that, if RA win, they just guarantee themselves playoffs right here and now. RA should be in a good position for playoffs pretty much regardless, even if they do lose this and lose to EDG. It would be pretty hard for them to be kicked out of playoffs by other teams. But still, you don't want to leave your fate in the hands of others. Sadly, though, JDG took their fate in their own hands with this one. Had good answers in draft. Didn't matter that they had lanes that were losing out early.
Yep.
They found the aggression they needed to, especially in that 2v2. And they've just been able to match RA the whole time. And then finally, once the 5v5s came through, that's when JDG really started to find this massive lead.
And I mean, you know, we've had quite achievers like Yagao in those 5v5s, like the zone control from Vega with 3 items, who's nearly unkillable because he has Zonyas, he has Banshee's Veil, is quite big as well. And as JDG group up to the top side, if you're an RA fan right now, you are hoping, Lyric, that we get iBoy with resets. He gets access, the damage comes through, but it looks so difficult with missing and 369 always in the face. Front line of RA.
Yeah, for RA, what you're hoping for right now is, you know, when members like Missing and 369 are hovering off to the side threatening a flank, I guess it'd be Strive just hitting some kind of lucky charm onto Hope. And then, you know, hoping you have enough bursts to take him out, then you have the numbers and you can try and take the fight from there. But look at how JDG are playing the map. They have the supers pushing out in bot. They have Kanavi escorting the wave in mid. He's going to be able to go pick up Dragon, and JDG can just keep up the pressure in this top side.
I mean, as the minions come in, look at this. They're committing 3 people to it. So, yeah, they'll hover around. Yuyanjar left behind, and iBoy as well. 369 knows, and Yuyanjar, as he flashes away. A bit of a mistake from RA. Once again, JDG capitalized, and it's only 1 inhibitor turret to go.
Yeah, and I mean, now they're going to get Soul, right? We see Kanavi doing that one right now, so they'll be able to get that, have the massive shield coming through. And when you highlighted the burst coming through, I mean, ooh.
Lyric, they went in. He tried to go in to get Hope, and now Strive has none. RA going to get stunned up. iBoy flashing away from the cage, but Hope matches the buster shot to get him out, but 369 is at the helm, ready to run into Helm's Deep once again. JDG, this game happened so fast. Once they took control, they never let it go. RA may be looking for playoffs, but JDG are looking for top 4.
Yeah, JDG just coming out so strong as they're looking for more kills. Pad the KDA, have the great stats for us to put on our graphics. And I'm just big shout out going over to Kanavi and the bot lane, both Hope and Missing, finding those opportunities, you know, getting the all-ins, coming out ahead in that 2v2 when it was RA diving up in the top side. So being able to bring some light back when, you know, there was some problems going on the opposite side, but it didn't really matter that you were diving 369, right? He's on the Scion. He never fell behind in CS, was able to easily get to his Bramble Vest and start making his way to his Mythic. So for JDG, they came with a very simple game plan.
Yeah.
They kept it consistent, and then we saw it was the 5v5s. It was specifically around, I believe it was the 3rd Dragon, where they were able to ace everyone and just bring the game home.
I mean, from there, you know, JDG, like, again, never lost control, so it was smooth sailing. And while the early game was back and forth, like Invade to Luyen's response, to Kanavi again, to Luyen's response there, it never got to the point where you were talking about how RA take firm control of that game, where they have leads through this lane, where they snowball out of control, where for RA, like, they know that no one can deal with Cube or Strive, or even iBoy, his safety in these fights.
No, they really didn't have a great way of dealing with anything. We even saw when Accelerate Shock Blasts were hitting or Strive was able to get off a Q, just no damage really able to go through. Yeah. They tried to be cheeky with that one fight where we said they were the ones dropping waves on sides. They were trying to get on objective first and dish out that poke. But, I mean, when you have a Scion ultimate, there's just really no way from stopping the enemy from finding the engage and Missing with the hero flank of that fight as well, finding his way behind Cube to bring him into the enemy side and shutting down Cube in these fights when Cube was a member we've hit on has really been popping off for the side of RA lately.
Yeah, Cube versus 369, a highlight matchup for many different reasons. But in this game number 1, it was definitely all about 369. That Scion, again, a beautiful masterclass put on by the top laner of JDG. JDG, who are now 1-0 in the series against RA. when we have our break, when we return, I should say, we'll see if RA have something more to show us.
We'll have a couple different conversations, but first off, I do want to talk more about most improved player of the split. And for me, it's really interesting because in the LPL, we have a ton of games. It's 7 days a week. Teams are playing like crazy 2 times a week. There's a lot of time for experimentation. There's a lot of time for growth, a lot of time for development. But who do you guys think deserves this award the most right now?
So I think there's a big conversation to be had about like whether it's most improved within the split or whether it's most improved from last split to this split, right? Because if I'm looking at like last split to this split, I think it's Hung for me. I think Hung has been absolutely monstrous just in how much he's improved. Sliding into FPX, he is nuts. Do not get me wrong. The guy is absolutely insane, but it's really good to see. And like from
really
what he
is.
was on Rare Adam into what he now is on FPX and the impact that he's had, like by far and away most improved for me. But if you're coming back into actually looking at like over the course of the split, I think that's where the conversation gets way more difficult. Because like I look at people like Rich, who came in, didn't have the best of laning phases, now an absolute monster for V5. Himself and Rookie are like definitely putting the weight of V5 on their back in a lot of situations. I look at Missing as well. I think he's doing a lot better. 369 in that conversation as well. I
think Ben had a rough first like 2-3 weeks.
So let's separate that conversation then. So at first, you know, I want to go ahead and give my big brain take, obviously the most analytical point of it all. I want to go to at least last year to this year performances and kind of highlight what you were talking about, because I think there's 2 obvious front runners, and for me it's the Shy and Rookie, right? They have looked like their former selves, and maybe I'm a little bit spicy on that one, but I do think that these guys have had such a resurgence in the split, and it comes with a little bit of a change in environment.
I think, like, I definitely agree both look better than last year. To me, Rookie was still good, right? Rookie just literally had the whole, like, mysticism hanging over him of literally 1v9ing the year before. You know what I mean? So it's not like Rookie was playing bad last split at all. I still think Rookie was one of the better mids, still one of the best laning mids we had for sure.
Absolutely.
And on the Shy, man, I don't know. The Shy's so weird. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Ox talking, but yeah, I think I was listening to an Asheen and Ox cast where they were talking about, you know, just like inting sometimes to, you know, lower the expectations on you. I don't think the Shy does that by any means, but it's like that kind of joke kind of describes the Shy to me. The Shy's always been one of the best laning top laners. Even over the past 2 years, Splitsy was trolling, Splitsy wasn't. You watch any LPL top player like interview, they're like, man, laning against a Shy is impossible. So even though I think both of them look better, I actually think there's other names that jump out to me.
Okay.
This one was hard. I actually have 3 names that jump out that I can't decide behind, but that's why it's like, okay, I thought I'd bring the 3 names to the table. We'd have a conversation and see, because 3 that jump out to me, 2 of them are on the same team, Betty and Forge. And Forge is only on this list because I honestly believe Forge was the worst mid laner by an ocean last year. Like, my God, even on Forge champions, Forge was not good. Like, he'd get his hands on his like melee mids and his assassins, and then I'll still always bring it back to seeing him play. I believe it was Silas versus Irelia and getting solo killed like 5 times by Scout. And it's like, man, just like watching his laning phase, watching how he controlled the waves, played with jungle. I mean, heck, his jungle was ganking for him and they were still losing. I think that was back when it was Vici and I believe it was Ike's playing at the time. It's like, man, what are you doing? So Forge, I think, sure, he's still only playing like Akali, LeBlanc, and these things well, but he's at least playing them well. Betty's a weird one for me. I kind of want to shy away from him, but I still think like Betty's by far the best performing player in AL this split. He's a massive scare. He's actually, I believe he's tied 2nd in MVP votes, which is crazy to me. Yeah, he's tied 2nd with Rookie and Scout, only behind Xiaohu. He's just absolutely murking everyone.
50-foot Betty, man.
sin. Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun now lost it all. Ferry man took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. All those lives I told so many times, couldn't figure out what was wrong or right. Now I've already gone to the heavens below. I don't hold my head, just let go. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, down a gone now lost it all. Ferry man took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. Take me to the place now. Take me to that place now. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gone now lost it all. Ferry man took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow.
首先，我们北伐被终结其实有点伤吧。如果那把我们没输的话，我们现在应该是7连胜了。春季赛是快要结束了，因为还有最后2场。自己的表现对自己的还算可以吧。我觉得眼光要放长远一点吧，因为只是春季赛而已，我们还有更大的舞台需要去面对。
Good mentality, saying it's only spring. I mean, that mentality as well probably changed a lot at the halfway point as RA got closer towards making playoffs. But story ain't about RA, it's about JDG. My name is Hysterics, by the way, and I'm joined by Jordan Lyric Corby. And Sir, game 1 was all about Kanavi, apparently, as he picked up MVP.
Yeah, we came into today expecting the focal point to be top lane matchup, but you hit on it during the game that, you know, we were looking at Kanavi, we were looking at Hope and Missing as the three really popping off in this game. And Kanavi, it all started from level 2, him going for that invade in the enemy jungle. He kind of outmaneuvers Lian, expects him to go for that full clear, steals away the red buff, gets the gank early on top side, and kills Cube. And then from there, it was just him popping off in skirmishes. Every fight we saw him getting the resets, multiple uses of his ulti, and completely taking over. 25% damage for a jungler is insanely high.
True. And not surprised when we get an early Trinity Force on this jungler. We get a Blade of the Ruined King. Kanavi was, wearing and tearing a little bit. We saw some early trade kills. But this is a fight that made the difference, like you were saying, which tore RA apart.
Yeah, missing finding the flank behind Cube, and then Kanavi just continuing to run and flashing forward. Two of the Skies comes out and just reset after reset. It's great to see for the side of JDG, who are now 9-0 in terms of games on this patch. So they found the winning formula. They've been able to keep it going. And I think JDG are one of the most exciting teams going into playoffs.
They are. 4-win streak. Again, before this, it was a little bit longer as well. Since week 5, JDG have been a team that have just been accruing up massive wins. Against BLG, they took a game. They beat V5. They beat LNG. They've got Weibo Gaming at the end of this week as well. There's a lot to talk about with this team that can actually secure a close to a top 4 position. So, I mean, teams like Weibo, RNG, LNG have to be scared, even top esports, because of what they can achieve. For JDG, game 1 is only the beginning, though, Lyric. And for RA, like, we kind of can't underestimate this team considering how far they've come in such a short period of time. What do you want to see in Game 2 drafts? Because we saw that they were a comp that wanted to get ahead early in lanes, find advantages in first 15, but they never really got a big enough lead.
I just want to see something less feast or famine come out from them.
Sure.
You know, if they want to be able to find like early laning prio, they're going to be on red side again, so they should be able to get those counter picks and come out strong. But just have like more fail safes, especially in terms of those 5v5s, because I feel like that is where RA have indexed more to, and that's where you know JDG love to play. So, you know, getting more frontline, bringing engagement in that bot lane. Something we've hit on a lot in LPL is that we don't see Enchanter supports work out all too much, just with how much heavy skirmishing there is. And I don't necessarily think like the Lulu was a problem in isolation. The way the whole comp came about, they weren't able to execute on the goal of being able to snowball enough. They found the advantages, they found the kills, but things like their bot lane getting 2v2'd when they were successfully pulling off a dive topside, those are things that can't happen when you're running against what JDG put together and you know it's going to be able to achieve its goals later on in the game.
JDG were always able to trade off. It doesn't matter where the plays were being made. JDG always had some kind of a response, and even though RA opened up bottom side turret early, it never went further. It never went to RA, okay, switching the map up, using Tristana. And it's kind of a shame because of how explosive the early laning phase was and how much fun the game looked like it was going to be. It all came down to one fight, and JDG took over from there. So as we get into Game 2, Lyric, I'm not sure if we're changing sides. I'm about to tell us, and the answer is no. Okay, what changes?
It just shows that you don't listen to me, because I just said they weren't changing sides.
I don't listen to you ever.
But it's nothing. I was going to say that's nothing new. Bans are actually completely changing for RA, who are completely banning out Kanavi after that game. Game 1, they took away things like Tom Kench, the Thresh, the Hecarim, all of that flipping on its head. And now for JDG, I'm really curious to see where they go. Do you just go towards the Jinx as, you know, the typical go-to pick? Obviously, we just hit on things like the Hecarim now also being left open. It's not a pick that Lilian is heavily gravitated towards, but it's still 3-0 on the pick itself.
Yep. Banned away in game number 1, worth noting. So it was the final ban of RA's stage 1. With that open and available, we know Aphelios is always the trade-off, or usually the trade-off. But iBoy, different direction. His Kai'Sa is 3-0, about a 4.3 KDA, and we get the Hecarim you talked about. So Lyric already a very different direction, a very dive-heavy direction.
Yeah, and we've actually started to see the Kai'Sa come out even into the Jinx in certain instances, really rising in prominence. We've seen the AP build come online heavily globally. Even here the other day, I remember a game where Kai'Sa just kind of built like a normal AD carry. She went straight towards the Kraken Slayer, then just picking up the rest of her crit items to be able to deal, you know, a ton of DPS with those autos. So gonna be interesting to see where iBoy goes with this one. JDG, though, keep funneling home on power picks.
Yep.
They pick up the Tom Ken show. If iBoy ever does find a window where he maybe thinks he can jump onto Hope, Missing will be right there next to him to be able to stop that one from coming through. And now JDG, a little bit surprised we don't see a jungle pick coming out from their side. Obviously, Viego, Lee Sin being down, so things like the Xin Zhao come to mind. Being able to look for the early invades. Volibear still being left open is another big one.
But we know that Kanavi on this team is tied for the most unique, so I guess it won't be a problem considering that he's played 10 individual junglers. The same champion pool as 369, the same as Yugao as well. So I guess at the very least, we know that Kanavi's just going to go down the tier list while we get our supports locked in. We get everything else pretty standard. And I'm just curious if RA want to keep challenging Kanavi or go and take away some of those solo lanes.
I kind of think you do. I think maybe you do just pull out the Xin Zhao and the Volibear bands and then see where he goes. Like, I guess we'll still have things like Jarvan are there. Kanavi's one of the junglers who've still played the Graves, the Rek'Sai, something you hit on, the Trundle. So pinching that pool more. And for the side of JDG, you could try and limit Strive here in the mid lane. Orianna, I think, is a big one that stands out to me that's still open, that obviously combos very well with the 3 picks that they've put together.
Do you think it's worth mentioning that Kaiser is technically a flex pick, even though JDG are picking Orianna? Like, it's not normal. If Faker plays it, does that mean I have to say it's flex?
Oh, that does not.
Okay, good.
I mean, if Strive does pull that one out, that will be pretty cool to see. And now for JDG investing, I don't know if you need to invest another ban towards mid, maybe taking something away from Cube that would make him comfortable. There aren't any picks that really jump out to me, maybe the Gnar, because their comp is very indexed into wanting to play all in, so I don't really expect the Jace to come out for the side of Adam.
I mean, Lyric, I know a champion that likes to run people down that both these top players love to play. Sion was played last game. We get a Jace ban. Now, what does your big brain tell me that indicates?
It tells me that they don't want 369 to get absolutely wrecked in the 1v1. Jace, even though I don't think he fits thematically in terms of their first 3 picks, still does extremely well into Jinx and Tahm Kench. You outrange Jinx, and then Tahm Kench doesn't fare the best up against, you know, consistent poke being able to come out. But now for RA, they're looking at mid laners. LeBlanc would go thematically with what they have. Tahm Kench does kind of shut it down a little bit in terms of the goals it wants to bring out, but gonna be a fun matchup in the mid lane. A lot of 2v2 action that could come through. JDG, the Xin Zhao was a pick I hit on earlier. I was a little bit surprised to see RA ban out the Trundle instead, but it would at least give them that power in terms of that 2v2 to be able to come through. With Hecarim on the opposite side, typically we've seen teams look to punish by just heavily invading the Hecarim early on and setting him behind so he can't find any agency on the map.
Hey, we get 369's Kennen though. This makes sense. He's most played. Really the only person playing Kennen at the moment, Lyric. Like, no other top laner is looking seriously at this champion.
Kennen was a pick we saw come out from, you know, some teams when we had, like, Gwen.
Yeah.
You know, being played every game, and he was one of the pseudo answers to the pick. But you're right. The fact that 369 has 11 games on Kennen and his second most played is at 5 picks is pretty crazy in this meta. There's the Xin Zhao lock-in coming out from JDG, so very strong team fight setup coming out from them. They have the early mid jungle to look for some action in terms of that 2v2, roam around the map and help out your soul laners. This would be a fun one.
Yeah, it would. And doesn't it, again, to use your word, go thematically with what they want to do? If it's not Aurelia, I'm still going to get hyped up for a Sion. Lyric, again, this champion runs in like an absolute train. So we're all hands on deck. All of RA are going to act like submarines.
And I always love when teams fully commit to whatever theme their draft is. So, you know, whether it's poke or all in or 1-3-1. And RA definitely doing that with this composition. Every champion having the ability to try and find the backline. Cube going to be able to soak up all the damage. For JDG, this one could be a little bit tougher. They have some range to play with the Jinx, but I mean, missing, you only have one Devour, you're gonna eat him once. What happens when Cube runs in and then maybe you have to use that Devour, and then suddenly Lil Yen can come in with the ultimate, maybe a Dredge Light from Nautilus. JDG just have so many different angles they have to worry about with this Rare Atom composition.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and that's why it'll be a lot of fun to watch RA, because again, if RA committing to the draft, like we know that RA is a team that has been kind of on the same page. I will say that with a lot of new working pieces like Yu Yanjia joining in, we have Strive joining into the mid lane. Like, RA have been a team that have been pieced together in certain roles that were really important for them in the past. Hung, Fofo, core carries of previous RA. And this team has done so well, better than any expectations. But here against JDG, it's a really hard ask, but one that looks like it's got a lot more potential in Game 2, Lyric. I think a much more exciting draft. When we looked at Game 1 and how it had to operate, it was very pigeonholed.
I think it's just exciting in a different way, right? Because Game 1 was exciting in terms of seeing how two teams have different styles of compositions and like who executes on their goals better, compared to this one where you expect both teams just want to run head first into the other one and gonna get a ton of action for this. So RA putting all of their eggs in the full dive basket to be able to secure their playoff berth.
Let's see if they can do it. RA, it's such an important match. If you haven't heard me tell you that, you're just tuning in because RA are one series win away from locking in playoffs. In a split that, honestly, not many people had them pegged there. I had them 10th, but I feel like they're a much better team than 10th would ever indicate. The chance to lock in something like 8th, 9th is definitely there. And as we enter you into Summoner's Rift, a bit of a highlight here on the other side. JDG already secured playoffs. They are looking towards the top 4, and a win here would elevate them to an almost certain potential. They could be up in that upper echelon. Now, Lyric, as we have jumped onto the Rift, again, 369, someone to focus on. His 12th game of Kennen. He has played now 7 more games. No, sorry, 8 more games than the other people in the LPL, like Alia, ZDZ, Ala, who only have 4 games on this champion. 369 is obsessed.
Yeah, 369 loving this pick, knowing exactly how to maneuver with it. Is JDG on the opposite side of the map, actually forcing their way into the enemy jungle. They will be able to steal a buff, so Kanavi, once again, finding a bit of a lead over Loyen on the opposite side, who did start his Raptors with the help of Cube, so doing it a little bit faster means he can look to go into Kanavi's jungle himself.
But a good little ward spotting him out. So for JDG, it looks like we are just going to be vertical jungling for the time being. There's a defensive ward in the Raptor camp that'll spot him crossing over, and that's from RA. So both junglers now on full vision. Everyone knows what's going on. It looks like it's just going to be a battle here on their vertical side. Lyric, do you keep vertical side? Do you gank? Or do you just look to take back over and find your own jungle again?
Well, we can already see that Kanavi is just going to commit to trying to save some of his camps, with Loyen still being on that side. Is 2v2. Ooh, Yuyanja having to flash.
Yeah, that's a big flash coming through. Exhaust and heal. Burn from JDG's bottom lane as they hit level 2 first.
Yeah, so JDG's bot lane finding an advantage so far. And that's one thing to expect in terms of this draft that has flipped from last game. Is JDG definitely coming out with some stronger laning phases than last time around. I think it's very easy to be able to get that push. Tom Kench also extremely strong in the 2v2.
Hope's taking a W here. Good shot from Ironboy, getting the trade back. Yuyanja wants to draw, missing under turret. And it's not as cut and dry as maybe that flash before would have indicated.
We're just dirty liars, man. We came in, we're like, bot lane, we don't expect to see too much action in terms of the 2v2 coming out today. It'll be a lot about the top lane, but no, it has seriously just been all about this 2v2 and bot side both games so far.
It's been a story of how they've been developing over the split, getting better as Strive has distorted in and Kanavi has rampaged forward. We're looking for the counter from Loyen as a double turret shot. The horse runs over. The disengage with the audacious charge. Loyen has used everything as Yagao gets the charm. Loyen pulled towards turret, but not under it. JDG both survive, but RA with the counter play and now in the bottom lane. Highboy and Yuyanja trying to bring hope and missing to their deathbed. We get so much action, but no blood yet.
No, and I gotta say, especially in terms of that mid lane play, it started off so well from Kanavi, but overcommitting just a little bit, hoping he can find that kill on the Strive, set up for Loyen to be able to come in and save the play. Nothing really in terms of map state changes off of the action we just saw. It does force JDG back, so maybe iBoy and Yuyanja will be able to get this wave in and, deny a little bit from the opposing side. But still, nice to see both teams kind of realizing where they're strong, at least in terms of JDG, right?
Yep.
Committing to that mid-jungle when they have the Ahri and Xin Zhao, definitely better in the early 2v2 than the Hecarim LeBlanc on the opposite side. So JDG realizing their game plan, RA finding a fortunate opening in that bottom side to find their advantage.
And I guess, you pointed out nothing in the map state changes. I'll kind of be excited, though, to see how, JDG can try and punish Strive's flash. It's a LeBlanc. It's always a hard ask, but using these summoner window timings to enhance this early game we talked about in Lyric. I didn't really ask you much about what happens through the laning phase. You talked a lot about team fighting. Both teams want to run at each other, but I need you to give me the lowdown of what kind of happens in the
No,
early
you don't.
stage.
No, you don't.
I don't. You're right. 369's going to get ganked. That's what happens. Trying to run him back into the decimating smash. He's out with a little surge. Maybe you do, Lyric. Are you sure?
Yeah. Oh, one thing we already hit on for JDG was mid-jungle, right? And I feel like now that you burnt the flash, even if you won't be able to look for a repeat gank to kill LeBlanc, because of that mobility coming through, she's going to hit level 6 soon. Just the fact that it gives Yagao prio so he can look to move more. Because, right, Strive going to have to be more tempered in terms of trying to push out the wave. Means at the very least, as Kanavi, you can try and keep vision up, red wards around his lane, and start moving him down towards his bottom side, where JDG been able to keep complete pressure. Set the Kaiser behind, take out of the game. We know the Jinx will outscale, and it'll make it much easier for JDG going forward.
At the very least, that 6 point has just been hit by Yugal, so vision control held by RA towards that bottom side as he starts roaming up. 369 going to ult for the wave. Cube has the teleport, but it looks like 369 just wants a nice back timing. He's got a cull as well, so kind of trying to build himself up for his first item nice and early.
And for 369, right, you don't have the plan of fighting anytime soon. Herald's still 2 minutes away. Your team's already taken first dragon. He committed to the cull start because he knew he really wouldn't be able to find any kill pressure on the Scion on the opposing side. So I think, it's fine for him to just blow the Slicing Maelstrom, get a better bit back timing, and then come back, be able to catch his wave, since he was able to ensure the bounce back.
Exec Coldinator picked up as well with tier 1 boost, but look at Loyan on the bottom side. Forget top when you see a horse running in. Hope and Missing are going to be challenged as the flash immediately burnt from the AD. Dredge line for the re-engage. Hope about to get second skinned and blown on up. Missing is the only remnant who takes a bit of exit damage, but RA on the board first in game 2.
Yu Yanja finds the crucial hook, sets up for Lil Yen to come down, and they find the kill. And now, for the side of RA, they can just keep looking to get their bot lane ahead. Already a pretty sizable CS advantage for iBoy.
That's a 20 CS on your point, right? It'll be about 15, but remember, Hope's not the one picking it up. It's only Missing as the Dredge line again. Yu Yanja feeling it. And iBoy, he's already got a double longsword. This next back going to be massive. Lyric, I'm curious about the build because Kaisers have gone very different directions these days, and many different at that as well. We do have the potential of lethality. We'll have to see when iBoy finally goes back with all that gold. It's just a noon quiver, and I got excited over nothing.
Yeah, I was going to say that the fact that he had the bow kind of signaled that he was going to go this route. Sure. It might have even been iBoy who did this last time he played the champion, where he did just go the full 80 carry build, didn't go for any kind of early serrated Dirk or the Mirror Mana, Nashor's Tooth. Like that's the typical Kai'Sa build you see, where you're just trying to get all of your upgrades as early as possible.
Yep.
iBoy indexing more into just itemizing as a standard 80 carry. A lot of your damage is going to come off from your straight up auto attacks like normal. So we're gonna be following through to see if he does commit to that, or maybe if these long swords turn into something like a serrated Dirk or so on and so forth. But JDG now, moving over to this Rift Herald, have already committed their bot lane up to the top side, so it's going to give iBoy and Yu Yanja more free time with the spot lane turret and funneling more plates onto iBoy.
It'll be so nice. I mean, iBoy
I guess
already.
First plates.
Yeah. Look, he already picked up gold before here with the assist. The CS advantage going to be massive. As JDG, look, they have Hope up in this top side. But for now, we'll see if it turns into everything else. They've got the knock-up at the ready on top of Cube after picking up the Herald. The Charm connects. The flash as well. The ult he ran into. Zap doesn't slow him down, though. The Decimating Smash avoided by Yagao, and they'll finally have enough damage. Yagao picks up the kill after the Herald. A bit of a mistake from the top laner of Rare Adam.
Cube still bought so much time, though. We see Strive being able to push in that wave mid, so he's going to maybe lose out on 1 or 2 minions, a bit of XP. It opens up a window for Strive, but Strive not having to hover down towards that bot side because 369 just lost his flash. It looks like iBoy and Yu Yanja did find the engage onto him. And heck, JDG actually might be able to get turret first, as no, Lil Yen gets here in time.
Yeah, both defensive forces come through. 369 with the teleport, the bottom lane, Lil Yen top side. Hope will have an extra bit of shove to get the next plate, but he's not sticking around with 369, Cube on this side returning to lane. So we get a bit of a plating trade, and after all said and done, it's a 1k gold lead here for R8 in the early game. Lyric, this time around, it's always nice to see when you have a LeBlanc on your team and a Kai'Sa that you're the team who has a bit of an early charge.
Yeah, for RA, it's going to be extremely useful. Even though we've hit on that they do have a lot of all-in, a lot of ways to threaten Hope throughout the game.
Ooh,
Missing might be caught out.
Yeah, Dredge line and auto attack. Loyan charging down. There's a good abyssal dive from the Tahm Kench to get out of there. And RA may have just set themselves up for the Dragon where JDG picked up number 1.
Oh, I think RA should be able to guarantee this one. As we're going to see, this is actually how 369 had to blow his flash and his ultimate. Getting caught out by Yu Yanja with the hook. But RA should be able to guarantee this. We already see them making a gank down towards the bottom side right now.
Okay, pings are getting spammed down. Let's see what happens. But The Observer's like, no, wait. Forget bot. Top side's going to be near a sure thing. Cube still without his ultimate. 369 about to get his. The damage is taken. He don't care. With Kanavi trying to race into him. Cube buying time again. This guy, the sacrificial lamb of RA. Finally, he'll drop down. It's Kanavi who picks up the kill. And for JDG wanting to commit with Herald in hand, while RA didn't pull off a play bot side.
No, they're going to be able to get themselves Dragon. And in the 2v2, we've already seen they're naturally winning, so they should just be fine to push Hope and Missing back, try and deny them more turret plates, and raise this turret pretty soon. As JDG are committing to the full push topside. No, I'm a little bit surprised. You have the Rift Herald still on Kanavi. There they go. Now they commit.
TP being burnt by Cube, though, but close call. Kanavi ulting out to make sure it goes down. Very close call from Cube. The timing, some would say, would be precise there. But at the very least, he gets back to wave without faking that TP, or should I say, misusing it. Turret goes down. First turret blood does go to JDG. Gold back to even, but a dragon apiece now. As this game does look like it's going to the condition you talked about. We are going to get some pretty fun 5v5s with even team comps, it looks like.
Yeah, the 5v5s are definitely going to be the critical thing, and something we actually haven't hit on is the fact that JDG coming in with 2 teleports compared to only 1 on the opposing side. Of course, Cube having Unsealed Spellbook, so it can flip between those summoners, but Strive having the Ignite. So JDG will have more options in terms of playing the map or even just answering whatever RA does. So if RA, maybe Strive gets pushed through mid first with Loyen hovering and then starts to roam down bot, Yagao will always be able to answer with that teleport himself. So those options are extremely important.
Okay, Loyen coming in to help out. This could actually turn into a dive. 369 birth the ulti. Cube flashes though. He was still taking turret aggro. And now with the start of the turret, Loyen ulti's back in. He's lucky the turret didn't hit him again. That was just a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah, I mean, 369, he finds the kill. That is huge. He still has 1 minion that he needs to farm for his cull, which kind of tilts me looking at.
Oh, yeah.
But JDG making a play on the opposite side. 4 members compared to only 2. Yuyanja making his way down now. But it looks like iBoy shouldn't be zoned off his turret or have to lose any experience. He still does have that massive CS lead that he's had since very early on.
Yeah, 30 just about. It's insane, right? Speaking a bit about the topside play, I don't know what happened there because that was just Cube decided to ult on in while the turret was still down for him. I'm going to stop talking because JDG are actually going to make another play.
Yeah, I do want to say is they should be fine.
Where does he run? Where does he run? He flashes from it, but still Yuyanja has to burn his own. Licky Tongue away with the Q, won't be able to reach out for the Bioshock Daddy. That's right, I did say that. And for JDG, still forcing out the 2v2 in lane is Kanavi and Yagao. They're going to try and do more.
Yeah, it looks like they're at least going to be able to push him off from turret, get some more plates. We saw RA actually trying to angle to make a play up towards topside, which is a little bit confusing to me that they're not trying to play more with their bottom lane that was able to get such a huge advantage. But they're not. Loyen, I think, wasting a little bit of time on the map so far.
Nice charm coming through. Melee, Everfrost, and Strive getting burnt down. Corrupting Potions doing work as Loyen tried to save the day, but he doesn't have the ulti. Loyen, this game lyric, back-to-back plays, resulting in failure just about.
Yeah, and we saw Loyen waste a ton of time by hovering up towards the top side, kind of thinking, posturing like he wanted to dive 369, but they're not able to do it. Heads down towards bot, gives Kanavi so much time to make that play bot, then head mid and look for that gank as Cube.
Oh, nice
use the ultimate, but got knocked back.
Kanavi's ult even better. Damage negated, Yuyanja over the wall, but Yagao again with a great charm. His Everfrost usage has been slick, and the 2-0 Ari again helping out this duo, really relishing in their successes in this second game.
And let's remember that this is a pair now that has so much synergy together, so much time spent playing with each other. They should know each other quite well, especially when so many teams in the league made roster changes to split. The fact that Yagao, Kanavi were able to stick together and I think be one of the best teams at playing around mid and jungle matchups has been such a nice surprise. They're one of the duos that when they pick something aggressive, they look for ganks, but they try to burn flashes, make the enemy mid laner play safe, open up more opportunities on the map, and they've just been doing it very incredibly well this split. And Yagao's a member we haven't highlighted too much because, I mean, he's not this big flashy performer, right? He doesn't stomp lane, typically doesn't have big team fight moments, but I feel like it feels like JDG is a team. Every member's role is so crucial in how JDG wins the game.
It always has been, despite the roster changes this split. Like, it still follows that same suit that, you know, for JDG, like, Hope and Missing have been really great, you know, team fighters. What we talked about the laning phase itself, but Missing has been getting better and better back into that 2019 form where on WE, he was a top 3 support. And now they're going to have to show it with RA setting up for the engage, but kiting it back because Kanavi's shown up. The smating smash onto Missing doesn't mean much. iBoy taking a tongue lash, 369, wants a piece of that armor. And as he comes on in, the cannon threatening around, it's in front of Dragon, it's in front of Herald. Objectives up, and JDG aren't giving it up willingly.
And I like that JDG are looking to contest, right? Because they could have easily just pivoted up towards top side and looked for a trade, but they know they're strong right now. They can go for the fight. They have the Slicing Maelstrom up.
Okay, well, it's going to be started off at the very least. 369 not there yet. He's in the river, and Yagao is in a better position. Charm lands. Everfrost again. Dragon's given up, but Strive is going to get Spirit Rush on into the back of the pit. Yagao a bit too deep. iBoy not tagging out as Kanavi's ultimate. Maximum value, 369s, even more stonks going up, Missing with a 3-man. Everyone in JDG holds a crucial role. 369 flies to the background, and we know once again, like game 1, it all comes down to the Dragon fight.
And everyone played their part, like you just said. Yagao hitting the charm, finding the opening damage on the Strive, forcing him out from his flanking position. Missing huge knockup. Really great ult coming from Kanavi. Team effort coming through. And now look at what's going on the map. Denying minions in mid, getting a bunch of damage down on this turret. They have control of top side. Just pushing out all the waves. As we're going to go to the replay. Yagao waiting in the wings, finds the charm, finds the Everfrost. Forces Strive out. Dragon might go over Lien, but now Kanavi's just able to get right in the thick of things. Throws out the ultimate. Good damage from him. Slicing Maelstrom's there. And then bam! Missing with a 3-man knockup to guarantee more damage. And here it looks like maybe RA can get away, but look at 369. Commits his flash to be able to get on the further members. Make sure they go down as well, so JDG can walk away with the teamfight victory.
It's been 2 years of Missing being subpar, of Missing being a questionable support. I really feel like he's returned this split. I really feel like we are, again, getting the best quality out of this ex-WE support who played with Mystic, who in 2019 was up there with Ming, Mako. I think it points even better. Missing is playing great League of Legends again, and I have waited so long. That knockup, beautiful. He delivered 369, and Lyric just coming back to the crux of it all. It's the third Dragon, once again, where RA have lost everything.
Yeah, just nice by JDG again to make the conscious choice to... They were starting to pivot up towards that top side. They see RA run down, and they know that they can take the fight. They find it. You know, maybe had Strive been able to find the flank, and Yagao isn't watching out. Like, there's so many what-ifs of how RA could have come out ahead, but JDG were prepared. Yeah. And even going back to your Missing point, something Teacherma said before the split that, you know, Missing and Elk were really good friends, but they had very different ideas of how they wanted to play the game. Sure. And both of them looking, you know, very strong coming into the split with new teams.
As we're going to fight again, apparently, for JDG, trying to deny RA's chances of locking in playoffs. This would be such a burden if they lost this series, as JDG looking like a top 4, top 5 team at the moment. Dredgeline going a bit shallow, Missing ready for that knock-up once again. You can see that Strive pokes his head in on the LeBlanc, but still not enough confidence here from RA. They're going to give up this Herald, it seems. Bluryan can only threaten. That's about the core of what he can do.
And in draft week, we hit on how JDG might struggle with the amount of like backline dive that RA's composition has. But the fact that JDG were able to get ahead early, the thing I'm concerned about for RA's comp is, you know, if they have the damage to win an extended fight. They definitely have the burst. Yeah. iBoy and Strive, if they're able to get on top of Hope or Yagao, they will just be deleted. But in any extended skirmish where Hope gets devoured or is able to flash away or use the heal, 100% having more DPS on their side.
369 forward again. Herald's done so much work. RA, this is their base defense. Teleport being used by Cube, who was on a side lane. Herald almost seeks down the full HP at the time, but look, Yuya Judge is blown up.
It's the charm again.
Again, Yagao isn't Missing 5, 0, and 2 for a reason to charm. Okay, bit of a cast to curse, but a knock-up on top of Cube. Another option has presented itself. A new challenger approaches. Kanavi is just annoyed that RA had the audacity to think they're on even playing ground.
And this JD Gaming roster, they're on the same page. They force through mid. They make Q burn his TP, and they still find a pick in the end. 45 seconds until Dragon, so I expect resets to be coming out for the side of JDG. They're kind of greeting to deny some of these camps. Go for the resets, boys. Get back on the map. Get in a strong position to take that Dragon. And then, heck, if RA opt to fight you, that could just lead to a game-winning team fight for their side.
I mean, it feels like it with the open inhibitor as well, with gold at about 6,000. JDG scattering the resets for now. It's 369 taking his time, but RA is still grouped up in front of Baron. And
I thought they'd do it. I thought they'd do it.
Yeah.
The pings were there, but seems like that they aren't going to go. They will at least be able to get on the objective. They have some wards down. But as long as JDG are conscious of Strive looking for this flank, I feel like JDG are in a very strong position.
I mean, Yagao just hit the charm again. There's the Everfrost. They get an objective bounty, but the Dragon, will it be worth it? Loyan jumping in, but JDG have taken no damage. That LeBlanc is meaningless as 369 flashes on in to stick another fork in the socket. iBoy is running for his life, but his life is also going down the drain. A triple over to 369. Strive versus Kanavi is the only piece of entertainment that RA can get. He cheeks it out. He finds him, but RA still lose too much to handle.
Yeah, and we saw there, Strive even found access onto Hope. I believe he landed his full combo as well. Distortion, the chain, the Q all hit, electrocute proc, and it really didn't do all too much to the enemy AD carry. JDG lose the jungle, but they're going to be able to get a bot lane tier 2 turret.
And the gold continues to rocket on up. 8,000 back 2. And Dragon Soul is now coming up for RA in 4 minutes, but it'll be the biggest question whether they can live that long and whether JDG let them get it. Let's have a look again, Lyric, because second time this fight's gone downhill.
Yeah, and we see here, right, Strive gets onto Hope, but again, not too much damage come through. He did have to use his heal, but Kanavi keeps charging forward. Gets Lilian so low, the slicing Maelstrom from 369, allowing him to finish it off. iBoy not able to jump in. And the Kennen pick just coming in clutch. I think a lot of people think of, Kennen in terms of like flanks, being able to get on the back line, but Kennen also a very good champion against heavy dive because you do not want to dive into that ultimate. So much damage, you're going to get locked down, set up for your carries to come out ahead. And 369 doing his job perfectly. 6-1-4 in the Kennen, 5-0-5 Ari in the mid lane.
Bit of a castle curse, okay.
Again.
Okay.
Stop praising them.
Strive actually starting to do some work, which is nice here. RA trying to delay out the game, get some more items, and build it towards a time where they can threaten for this Ocean Soul. So, Lyric, each time that happens for JDG, we've got a question. See if RA are still in this game.
I mean, they're picking up gold on the bottom side with Cube committing to the split push.
That's right.
Would be fun if he, went for one of those solo Q Scion builds where you build full AD and just commit to killing yourself to turrets. As we see the replay of how Strive was able to set that up, but I guess screw the replay because JDG want to keep going, but Cube's coming in for the TP.
And this flank could be everything. RA going to stay in the series. For playoffs, they need it, but the TP in the back line. 369's coming in red hot as iBoy spotted out. A charm from Yagao once again. The Spirit Rush over to Strive, and he takes it. The Death Rocket almost kills him. Strive is one tick away, and Cube is not willing to stay. As Missing gets yet another knock-up. It's Cube running for his life, but JDG are on him like my dinner was on rice. We've got immediate inhibitor going down, and Lyric, this could just be it.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors down. They already have supers on their way coming from mid. They can wait this one out. Look to push to end the game. 30 seconds on cue.
Look at the range here from Hope, but he's running out of mana. He's about to go into minigun form. But as he steps on up, Yu Yanjia gets the hook. Remember, Missing has his ulti and used it, and Yu Yanjia's baked it in. The knock-up late in the ultimate from 369 used. Loyan on his defense path. iBoy getting a kill against Missing is good, but RA need a little more. Health bars blinking. JDG playing cautiously. The series won't end yet.
No, JG gonna back off, and now RA, they get to keep going. Strive and Loyan can follow through, very mobile, very fast, but instead looks like they're gonna head down to the bot side, maybe pick up blue buff, start getting your camps, and RA now live to at least hopefully be able to try to secure that Ocean Soul. I don't really think it would change the dynamic of the game with the lead that JDG have been able to find, but right, any advantage you find, especially one as big as Soul, will definitely help out as Strive Is he going to cheekily wait for picks? He is. He's going to look for picks.
Okay, the red buff is going to be attended to, though.
This is how you find your way back into a game when you are this far behind, right? You do cheeky things. You be sneaky. You look for these sorts of plays.
Oh, but Missing just arrived, and that is the anti-LeBlanc button. Strive spotted out, and Kanavi now realizes too. The exhaust down. Hope looking for him, and they are going to Kentucky Derby this one all the way to the left side of the map. Start your engines, boys. Your gal is tailing him, and Strive just wants to execute the death rocket used. Everybody wants a piece of the man. Cheeky distortion backwards. Execute would be such a Chad, but no. Unfortunate at the end.
Yagao was done with the BS. He's going to commit the flash and stop chasing around. It even leads to perfect timing for JDG. Now they can just make their way towards spot, pick up this dragon. And now I feel like JDG have choices. If they want a more like secured chance of victory, right, you can head up towards top side, try and force the Baron. If they come, you take the fight, you win. Or I wonder if they'll even just try to push through mid now and, maybe look to secure an inhibitor. Doesn't look like it with backs already starting to come off. I would expect maybe the Baron bait and the Baron dance to be where JDG's looking next.
And Lyric, I have to apologize to people, to yourself. I said before, JDG were on RA like my dinner on rice, but my dinner was rice. I made a what do you call it? Oh my God, what do you call it? A rice dish. Arancini made out of what? Made out of what? Risotto. I made risotto. Apologies. So I feel like I've done a disservice. Saffron mushroom.
I feel like while trying to apologize for the disservice you did by lying, you have now just dug yourself further into the hole.
Dude, I forgot risotto's hard to remember, but I did mushroom, I did saffron. So we have a nice, saffron makes risotto yellow, if anyone wonders, but it was a banger. I did get 10 out of 10 with my partner, so we got full ratings there. And as I bring you back into the game, the reason I'm all over the place today is because I've been watching JDG smooth criminal their way through Strive. Hello. Strive, okay, doesn't regret it. Wow, Death Rocket, okay, Strive may now regret it, but they got 369, they got his ulti. iBoy's here by himself, slowed down. Yagao won't get the charm, but the Everfrost at the absolute tip on top of the AD carry. Yu Yanja trying to defend is missing, gets all in, but Cube's ulti, great. Saving Yagao was private missing as another knock up on top of Cube. Luyan's here. It's getting real messy as iBoy wants to clean house. RA on their last legs as Kanavi tries and succeeds. Knock up City. It's an adult bouncing castle. Cube and Yu Yanja running for their lives, but I feel like their lives are now forfeit. It's only a matter of time, but at least time is relative when you're watching RA versus JT.
Yeah, I mean, JDG, right? That whole push was 4 members strong. 369 not being there and being one of their strongest members in terms of team fighting, in terms of being able to run RA down, at least able to open that inhibitor back up. But I just gotta say, like, the energy that 369 had here to flash over the wall is the kind of energy I wish I could live my life with.
Hell yeah.
Almost finds it. Strive does not go down in the end. Hope is able to secure, but then we see here, JDG see an opportunity. They know that they have minions flooding in through topside. They spot out where Luyan is, so they think that they can just collapse on these 3 members of RA. Yu Yanja doesn't go down, and Cube, just buying so much space with the ulti, forces a Devour out from missing. It just takes so long for them to bring him down. Hope locked up by the knockup from Cube. And then Luyan just kind of playing on the back end of the fight, zoning Hope away. Yagao trying to stand by him and, be his buddy, maybe peel a little bit. But Luyan backs off, runs back in with the E, gets the kill. And RA, the story of the game so far for them is they've just been able to find ways to buy time.
Yep. And, get towards third items. Like, we do have a 3-item Kai'Sa here from iBoy, excuse me. As Strive is towards his third. We've got 3 on Luyan, almost 3 here onto Cube. RA are slowly but surely making themselves thicker in this game. Damage meaning less and less as Yagao with the charm once again. Follows it through with a Spirit Rush, but RA are baiting out these ultis and now actually stepping out of their base.
And I mean, you said, look at RA's top jungle items. They are extremely beefy, very strong right now. The Force of Nature is going to do so much against the double AP coming out from JDG's composition.
Yep.
We saw Yagao, I believe his Q did hit Cube there, didn't really do any damage. So
even with 20 stacks of Magi's.
Yeah, just absolutely massive. And if JDG win, I hope we see Yagao get MVP for this game because, again, some of the picks he's been able to find have just been so on point for the side of JDG. As JDG aren't going to try and, like, play by the book, Strive?
Yeah, it's still doing damage here to missing. Zap not connecting, but the audacious charge with Wind becomes lightning. They got the knock-up and the explosion. One misstep as RA getting a bit too confident, and Ironboy now getting charged in the back line. 369 disengaged from, as Cube is still a massive fridge, but at this point, they've opened the door and they've raided it. Cube's about to drop down, and it looks like it wasn't a two-part package. RA are left with 3, and this time, Lyric, I think JDG are going to be able to do it as a charm. Flash forward, Yagao feeling it. Max stacks and Magi's. RA will not qualify for playoffs today, but JDG will look like a top team in the LPL with the win.
And like I said, man, I hope to see Yagao get the recognition because for every charm he missed, it feels like he hit, 3 impactful ones for it. So, great performance coming out on the Ahri. He was doing so much in those fights to zone off the flanks, to set up then for the rest of the members to look for the engage. But, I mean, this one was pretty straightforward coming out from JDG. Once again, once the team fights started happening, they just ran home with it. And heck, that's where it looked like potentially RA would be strong. But the fact that Strive got chunked out in that initial fight and opened up for Kanavi to then jump in, find the kill, you have the 5v4, and you're just able to clean house from there.
That, again, another jungle damage game.
My God, that's great. Like I said, if you look at jungle damage stats, typically junglers sit anywhere between like 10 and maybe like 17, 18% on the high end.
Yeah.
No. So Kanavi coming in strong. And I mean, this is a hard one. This is where people, they're going to listen to us and reasonably like, man, you guys just can't call everyone on JDG good, that they all played well. But it feels like they are. It feels like JDG, again, as a unit, is how they're winning, is how they're conquering enemies. It's not a one-man show, or maybe people having bigger pop-up moments than others, thinking of like the rookies, the riches, the Shies early in the split. I mean, obviously Cube on this team in their last series. No, JDG really bringing it together as a 5-man unit.
And we got a bit of a story here, didn't we? Like 369 versus Cube didn't happen in a very traditional like carry matchup way. We got comforts throughout each game, and 369 bodied on very different champions. So really nice to see what 369 is doing for JDG once again, and kind of what this JDG has become, because it's a rendition of what we've seen in the past. Like JDG were always this great skirmishing team, this intelligent team fighting team. I feel like we are getting some intelligent team fights again. This real, not mechanical outplay, pure micro. We are getting a JDG where you said it yourself, every person has a part to play and it all comes together right when they need it.
Yeah, I do feel like JDG's like map play or anything isn't immaculate. I think it was in game 1 where we saw there was a time where like RA outsmarted them, found that play where they drop Herald bot and JDG can't respond. But I mean, JDG just so good in the fights, and I feel like JDG understand like their overall goals well. Again, things like when they're drafting for mid jungle, playing through that, how to set up in bot side, just how to play for your jungle in general. The invades going through in both games, right? Finding advantages over Loyan, and then their coordination in the 5v5 is just on point. So I think JDG has some very clear areas where they are strong, and they keep it up. Now 10-0 on 12.4. Sadly for RA, what that means is still not qualified for playoffs.
It's just sad. And you said RA have a good opportunity to make playoffs still. Even if they don't get the next win against EDG, they're now 8-7. Yes, there is still a good opportunity, but I guess at this point, I'm still wondering, like, OMG could have some upsets. FPX as well could come out of the woodwork. We have good game differential for RA, but after losing 2-0, that's a concern, Lyric, because it's the 0 part. It's not getting an individual game that makes it a bit concerning for them, where they're still at the stronger end, but anything could happen. I never throw any conclusions to the LPL. Honestly, our final days of the final week are always nuts.
Yeah, and I was gonna say the thing that looks at least positive for RA is that OMG's schedule is rather hard. They still play LNG and RNG. The thing that I guess makes it tense for RA is the fact that we've been seeing top teams over the past week dropping games they shouldn't left and right. So RA do got to be sweating it a little bit. Hopefully, for them, they can take down EDG in their next match to guarantee their playoff berth. But if not, I mean, they're relying on everyone else.
Yeah, so look, at the very least, not securing it themselves, but still in a decent enough position where it most likely will be RA making playoffs, but again in a weaker state. Remember that RA with a win today would have been able to, question them getting into the top 7, top 6 lyric where they get past the first round of playoffs. For JDG, it feels like they've done that today, where the win here has set them up to potentially skip the first round of playoffs. I mean, 10-5, they will with that game score as well. JDG actually just moved all the way up to 4th. They've just bumped LG down. They have a plus 12 game differential. That's nuts.
Yeah, and I mean, heck, they still have one match left, and it's against Weibo. And Weibo have definitely been on the downward spiral as of late, actually on a 2-series loss streak. So for JDG, it looks like they can even move up even higher in terms of their schedule and how they've been playing recently, because now, heck, they were already on the longest winning streak thus far, and they just bring it even further, right? 5-series win streak now.
There's a lot of implications if some of these bottom teams as well find big wins, right? Like for Weibo Gaming, they have to verse IG, and then we see them with JDG to round things out. RNG have to verse OMG, who have a lot to take and a lot to lose as well. There's a lot that could change here, and for JDG, there is a crazy world where they could get top 2 at the absolute maximum. So I'm excited. JDG's a team to really look out for. And again, starting this split off, they looked shaky. It looked like Kanavi was doing same old. But he has just been on a different wavelength. We're still waiting for MVP, even though it should be Yagao here. We know the reason why Yagao got fed in a good position in that game. Kanavi was in the right place at the right time again. And actually, Kanavi steals it from him. Oh.
Well, I was gonna say, if there was one person I'd be fine with getting it over him, it would be Kanavi. Yeah. I still think it would have been nice to give Yagao some love, but Kanavi just had a great series. Kanavi just completely dismantling Luoyan and just RA as a whole. And it was something I hit on in the series, right? That when I look at junglers this split, in the top 3, I had Luoyan and Kanavi both there. I had Luoyan and Kanavi both in the top 3. Kanavi felt like the biggest reason of JDG's resurgence, and again, kind of diversifying his playstyle, where in the past I didn't always feel like he was the most aggressive jungler. It was his old system was pretty much okay, gank top early, kind of like give Zoom a little bit, leave him on his island, then go towards spot side, try and have Lumao, Loken, and Yagao play around me. But we've been seeing him give a lot of resources to his lane, still be able to find his lead, farming up beautifully, and still serving as one of the big carries.
Yeah, which is how JDG found success in the past. Now moving up to 8 MVPs. He's tied 4th with Betty, Cube, Photic. Very much a swan song.
What a weird list of MVPs.
I know. Like Photic, Betty, Cube, like what split is it? Who have been bottom players in the split at some point or another. Cube on Vici Gaming before it turned to RA. Betty was not great on RNG. Photic was not great on Top Esports with Yu Yanjia. And Kanavi had a rough couple of years. So our MVP's showing off some players that definitely needed some starlight after their little their round out in the past couple of years.
Oh, also apparently JDG do just confirm top 6. They do just skip the first round.
Oh.
No team under them right now can match the 10-5 with the game difference they have.
True. So, a big deal. Congratulations to JDG. Top 6 locked in. They are not in the first round. A very big deal. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of big deal, have you heard of WE versus TT? They might not be in playoffs. They might not be JDG. But boy, oh boy, have these teams been sloppy and crazy and weird. And the wooden spoon battle, sort of, it's coming up after this. Woo!
Before the start of spring, no one was optimistic about JDG. But now, they have become the dark horse of the split.
Voting. He's in trouble. You can't do that, Voting. As now Rich is going in. They're trying to find Hope, but Hope makes it out. Now he's firing on the back line. Needlework is going to go wide. Carson goes down. JDG have done it again.
Weibo Gaming has been dominant this season. And although they have stumbled recently, the beast lies in wait for playoffs.
Zoning them off with the AoE, a great hook from On again. Viper trying to get away, but SOFM follows into his death as Wanfong is free, firing, and the Shy has joined back in to hit Flandre with the final piece of needlework.
3-6-9. Because of his unstable performance, he has been a controversial subject for a long time. But he has never missed any LPL playoffs since his debut, which is enough to prove himself.
我觉得他的话就是比较有实力，单人线比较强的一个选手嘛。和他对线的话，我觉得我注意好就是线上的细节就好。然后我们的话就是希望就是前面很积极的找节奏嘛。现在季后赛关键阶段，然后我们队伍的话就是想要赢下每场比赛。
Marvin's missing with the execution, and the Rockman wins out. 369 flying in from above. Tarzan off the wing though, trying to bring it back, but it's too late. JD again, team fight kicks.
The Shy has always been the ceiling of LPL top laners. Now, he pays more attention to the team, and his champ pool has become oh so deeper. No matter what champion the team needs, he can handle them perfectly.
그냥 다 할 줄 아니까 코치가 쓰고 싶은 거 쓰는 느낌. 나중에 다음 경기들은 팀원들이 기분 나쁠 일만 없었으면 좋겠어요.
Throws him down low again. He should have to stay as he W flashes in as well. Slicing dice 1 versus 2. The Shy is a Gragas, but how much can he do as ZS runs back into the fray? The barrel holds first blood body slam, and Hacker can't follow it up. He don't have the flash.
Yagao is an indispensable player of JDG. As long as Yagao performs, JDG's victory is inevitable.
9 cancels his recall. He wants to fight this with Wolf. 5-minute time. Yagao flashes forward. That's going to be the juggler going down. Oh, the Chaos Storm gets it. Yagao goes huge here in out JDG.
It's impossible to make a breakthrough through Weibo Gaming's bot lane because Huanfeng is now at his peak form, and he continues to grow stronger and stronger and stronger.
我觉得我在队伍中的定位是打野帮，我就谁打野不帮我就稳住，然后想办法给队友制造环境。
As the LPL regular season has almost come to an end, this matchup will determine their positions in the playoffs. The duel between the Shy and 369 will take center stage as JDG vs Weibo Gaming kicks off.
I just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it, I mean it. Need the kind of love you give, I mean it. Need it, I just really wanna know if you want. Are you there?
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things.
WE 的双阳路，他的对线操作其实是非常的好的，他们的进攻方式也是特别的强。然后我们也是有看过他们的视频，也会通过他们的视频去研究一些他对应的打法吧。因为这个赛季也要结束了，成绩也是非常的不理想嘛，怎么都是有问题的，所以说我也不对自己不是特别满意。如果自己真的做得特别好的话，队伍成绩也不应该是如此。希望下季赛的时候能表现得更好吧，至少带队伍的成绩会拔高一个层次。
It's looking forward for both these teams because WE and TT are at the bottom of the barrel. They're out of playoffs. They are facing off for our entertainment here today. My name is Hysterics. Joined with me, our very special guest who also lives here, who's not a guest, is Lyric. Now, Lyric, you and I have set up something very special, and in fact, this was your idea. So first, props go to you. You have decided to introduce, or I guess change up. Remember in the past we had the Golden Y4s. We have introduced the Golden Ricks of 2022 spring. Welcome to our awards ceremony, ladies and gentlemen. Lyric again, huge dub, sir, on creating this.
I was going to say, if you need to know what the Golden Ricks are, awards picked by me and Hysterics. But me and Hysterics, we went to the people. We went to Twitter, we went to Twitch, we went to YouTube. And we had to listen to the people. We didn't actually ask the people. I lied. Right. We never went to the people. We're the people. We decide the awards. We decide who gets the awards. And, you know, that's that. So, you know, Hysterics, take it away.
Well, the Golden Ricks, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are here for the inaugural opening of our amazing show. Now, in the Golden Ricks, we have 3 categories this split. And the first category is Best Play of Spring. Now, this was hard to find nominations for, considering there's a lot of talent out there. And, of course, starting with some of the best. Let's get into it. Lyric, our nominations are No, this is not drum roll bit. Starting with Caster's backdoor from V5.
Yeah, this one was just insane. Absolutely hysterical. There we go. I didn't miss their name. A ton of mojo in this play from his top esports days. How could he not love it?
It's one of the best plays of the split, right? This cheeky little backdoor. Caster was waiting there for a minute and a half, 2 minutes total, to get V5 the win. But onward, our second nomination is the Tiger King of Spring and Xiaohu.
Yeah, and, he just pops off here. This clip goes by super fast, but he's a ton of plays. And the last one has to be Viper's 200th birthday. My God. All he did was Gale Force and press R, but that damage was seriously, it brought us back to 2020.
So, out of those three, the best play of Spring award, the Golden Rick, goes to Caster. Congratulations to V5. Caster's backdoor, man. So well deserved. One of the funnest plays, most fun plays we've seen this split. I think something very intelligent from our best team in the league.
Yeah, and we got to make sure we send him a Golden Rick. Of course, it is a signed autograph of Hysterics. Every Golden Rick, one day, will make it to its recipient.
Now, unfortunately, Lyric, we did ask Caster to be on the show, but he is a busy man and he is still playing League of Legends. So we'll have to wait for him next time. On the other side, let's go to our second category for tonight. Our second category for the Golden Ricks are best question mark play of spring. Now, this took a lot of searching from you and I.
Yeah, and we'll just jump right into it. You could see who our first nomination is. First nomination, of course, going to Doggo. And we call this the best question mark play because we don't want to call these plays bad. These players saw what they're seeing from a different angle, a different dimension. In another world, it could have worked out.
And second nomination, Abel was seeing something here because this was something else.
He saw a penta. He saw if he flashed forward in that moment, a penta was in his future. Sadly, that is not how it panned out. But guess what? Abel's not the only player on here. As Cold, here's a bit of a cheeky one. Flash is Abel's ultimate. That one has to be in there for the good graces. As Cold and Abel. Again, they're seeing something that us small brains.
Well, we'll see who picks up the win because for our second category, the winner is Abel here. Golden Rick goes to this Aphelios flash play, who even I will dominate, had a lot of issues watching. So congratulations to Abel. I think that's definitely well-deserved. People will not forget that for a while.
Look, I'm just saying he played in LCS. Abel plays in LPL, so he can't understand.
That's true, and he does, co-stream LCS, so I think he'd have a better understanding than most of us. Third and final category, Lyric, of the night is best Giga Chad moments of spring. For the nominations for the Golden Rick for this category, I mean, this was all about that mojo that you and Joe always talk about.
Yeah, two of the former IG members here. Hung could have been this category for himself, but the first one, the Shy doesn't give a cent. Not at all. As we saw, this is not the only time he did this, where he just goes in and kind of cements his will onto the enemy team and allows for SOFM to do what he wants.
I mean, look, this is great from the Shy. I've been told, folks, we're actually going to be interrupting band picks, so we're going to have to leave this to a finale, unfortunately, because we're online. It looks like we're not able to do it. Lyric, I believe he said we're not able to finish it, but still the Shy gets honors.
We do.
We get to finish it. Okay. Rookie deserves
the
to
big
be
one.
Here.
Yeah. I mean, if you miss this rookie play, Rookie's so crazy. Rookie just has, I don't want to call it Giga Chad energy. At this point, it's just rookie energy, dodging out on the skill shots, outplaying, finding kills, flanking Orianna. He was flanking on Orianna.
True. It was a baller play. Rookie deserves the energy here. And finally, why would we have a Giga Chad segment without the man in FPX's bottom lane?
We could have just called it the Hung Award because of how many crazy plays that Hung has. Seriously, probably could have been 10 Hung plays on this category. But seriously, Hung is a guy who looks for the plays. And again, we're just going to truck right home. The winner of this award has to be obvious. Sorry, Hung. It is Rookie.
Yeah, we had to apologize to Hung because he definitely deserves some kind of award for the chatness he's had. But Rookie, with that play of what he achieved, Lyric, it all goes to him. You got to feel unfortunate here, but Rookie, congratulations. Our Golden Ricks given out, our Giga Chad moment to Rookie. Welcome to Pick and Ban for WE versus TT. We don't have any Chad plays from these guys, but hopefully they create some today, sir.
And I just want to see if we get any, more fringe picks coming out. Is surprisingly, WE being the team to ban out Jinx, they go towards the first pick Gwen, but it means they will have to index somewhere else for their AD carry role. Xing has also played Xayah and Jhin, the only two AD carries he's played outside of the three staple meta picks. Obviously, Rakan being banned by TT, so WE gonna have to pair up Xayah with something other than her typical lane duo.
Yeah, maybe something like the Thresh still open. Kadaya also loves just playing Rakan, so it is unfortunate for him, but let's see what we get from TT for now. Bottom lane, half picked up. Southwind loves Thresh and constantly gets it banned against him. But jungle instead for Chieftain, okie dokie.
And we know Chieftain's been someone who's liked to play very aggressively this split, so something that just suits him. It is his most played. And for TT, I'd kind of like to see them index into more range coming out in terms of their composition. You expect them to go to a hard engaged support, so it's really going to depend on their mid lane pick with the fact that they've already taken Nar so early. Because for WE, the fact that they have Xayah just very good against dive champions, right? With the ultimate able to dodge out. You have Beishang there as well and Gwen. You do not want to be jumping into this composition.
Yeah, feels pretty dangerous. So getting rid of one part of it. On the other side, what else are we going to see? LeBlanc banned away from UCal and UCal versus Xie. I'm hoping we get something good in the mid lane, considering that these two should be focused on both the team. Xie has been popping off recently, actually got MVP, or at least was in the All-Pro team for week 7, I think.
Yeah, he was.
So, he pogged.
I gotta say, I really like the LeBlanc ban coming out from WE, because when we're talking about kind of outranging them and whittling them down from afar at LeBlanc, obviously the perfect champion for being able to do that. Not too many things come to mind if they want something that gives them agency in mid. They don't just want to go towards, a Corki or an Orianna. We do still have things like Zoe up, which UCal's played this split. UCal's actually played a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Has one game on so many different picks, so many different styles. But for TT here, again, I kind of expect them to go more towards their support option. Thresh is something that you highlighted for the opposite side that, TT could go to. Gives them disengage with the Lantern, and of course, having options for pick potential, turn potential to set up for your Lee Sin.
8 games played from Southwind, by the way.
I was going to say the annoying thing could be, the fact that Gwen on the opposite side, obviously the Xin Zhao coming out with his ultimate could be very hard to find those death sentences, but TT going to pick up the Tahm Kench, something that slipped my mind that actually still made it through, so nice by them. For WE, it's expected. They're going to go towards more hard engage. They're going to be able to bring out the Leona here, and then looking at blind picks for Xie, and with Ahri off the board, Rise, heck, we're kind of at our tier 2, tier 3 options of mid laners.
I hope so, because, dude, WE versus TT, both these teams are out of playoffs. I do not want to see standard drafts. I do not want to see... If I see a Victor lyric, I might lose it.
I honestly have no idea what Xie will go with in terms of this composition, because, again, Vex, Ahri, Rise, these are the types of things that would jump to my mind with the composition they have. The only other thing we've really seen Xie play this split is he's one game of Akali, but blind picking Akali can be quite rough. It looks like with nothing that does bring more, all-in potential, they're just going to go to a very safe stock and standard mid laner in the Orianna.
Okay, well, I don't know if that's worth losing it. I just have a what do you call it when you have something against someone? I have a predisposition towards Victor.
A vendetta.
Yeah, a vendetta. I think Victor...
That sounds way cooler.
Victor happens to be the most boring champion in the game. And I know that people talk about how well he trades, but honestly, watching a Victor, just throw stuff out of his staff, I don't know, dude. Anyway, Akali.
You just haven't seen good enough Victors, which is crazy because you cast the LPL, sir. But you know what? I'll say what you were saying. You picked Akali.
You did.
There you go.
So that's cool. All right. So tell me, again, apart from jumping in, what does TT do?
For TT, I'm actually very curious to see how they're able to come out with this one. Early laning in mid and top can be quite rough. And then I really feel like you need to be looking for picks going to side lanes, right? Bringing the Akali there with the Lee Sin. I think looking specifically up towards that top side to try and find new and advantage is kind of where you'll be looking. But I don't know if you really have the lane prios to be able to guarantee that. And then once we go into the mid game is when I feel like it gets a little bit rougher for their side. We're at hit on. I mean, you have invulnerability coming out from the Xin Zhao, coming out from the Gwen, coming out from the Xayah. It's very hard to find any targets that you're able to just assassinate. I think the key for them will be, hoping enemy side WE's running into the Aphelios. You're getting, huge value out of the ultimate Akali, kind of zoning away on the backline, even if it is very hard to find any targets to assassinate, and then just, your AD carry bringing you home.
Well, hopefully for TT, again, they haven't really had much success this split, making cohesive plays, but as we get closer towards getting in this game, I'm really just hoping to see some blood, some action. WE got themselves Gwen as well. Something we did mention is we're already into draft. This pick is just constantly banned. We're still on 12.4. And Lyric, fun thing happened the other day. I believe we'll be moving to 12.5 on playoffs. That's kind of PogChamp that we're on the roundabout of moving to a new patch in about a week's time.
What if we moved back a patch? What if we said, hey, we played a long time on 12.2. Let's just bring it back. And then maybe Weibo's a strong team again. There you go.
Do you think they're patch reliant?
Yes, which is kind of hilarious because that's something we said pre-split, but I feel like that's something we've always known for the core of Suning members. Hopefully they're able to bring it back, but focusing more on this matchup, again, I'm very interested in seeing how what win condition TT will be able to find. Obviously, you do have a very immobile mid laner in Xie, so I think there's early opportunities for Chieftain once UCal, gets past level 3, especially at the level 6 mark with, the ultimate, that you can look to try and find kill pressure on Xie, at least burn his flash, and we could start seeing them look for the setup that we were talking about. But again, WE side lanes will be very hard to punish. BB on the Gwen. I mean, Gwen, just a ridiculous champion that luckily we don't get to see all too much anymore. And then we already hit on the safety net that WE's bot lane duo does have.
Yeah, again, WE, ultimate as Xing 2 is going to be big. Solar Flare as well, adding an extra layer. So Jungler starting on the same side of the map. Ward actually placed here. Not sure if it was by Xie or something else, but looks like it was Bubu up towards red buff. So they'll spot Chieftain as he passed up towards there. And it looks like Vision Control managed in River up towards top side as well. Bubu just starting off, and I think it was you I cast with, who was last time as... Hang on, could I... In very deep. You and I were talking about Gwen versus Gnar, where a lot of players are willing to pick Gnar into this, but it doesn't actually go, one-sidedly.
No, I mean, I feel like Gwen gets the better side of the matchup. It's something that we see very frequently. You come in at level 1, you're stronger, being able to take the E, go for those all-ins, you stack up the Conqueror, and you just win out. Where, even look at New, right? Taking the fleet footwork, knowing the potential dangers that come from the all-in of Gwen. Yep. You do have, pressure later on, especially if, the Gwen overextends. You turn into Mega Gnar, you can set up ganks very easily with your ultimate. So there's some avenues there. I feel like the reason you take the Gnar is just because it's a very safe pick. It can go kind of even in a lot of lane matchups and in most lanes. You're not in too much threat because you do just have the hop to get away from the Gwen.
Jungler's going to meet up here. Beishang just looking for the steal. Ignite, that is actually a smite going to be taken, and Beishang wins it out. So nice little camp take from Beishang as he moves up towards the top side, and we're just going to keep bullying each other. Beishang W's in, Q from Chieftain, and I guess they're just going to follow each other.
Yeah, Beishang feeling confident in doing this because BB does have that prio up in top side. He's going to have to back out in the end, though. We'll just be wasting a bit of time having the stare-off with Chieftain. But nice coming out from Beishang. And Beishang is someone who... the split's been unfortunate, right? Because Beishang wasn't able to start for a large portion of the split. It was View playing very early on, so we never really got to see what was the expected roster of this WE from the get-go. And I feel like by the time Beishang came in, WE as a whole had lost so much steam.
Yeah.
Would have been very hard for them to climb out of the hole that they found themselves in.
Plus they changed their bottom lane, which was a pretty core part of WE by the end of 2021. Elkin missing, Elk especially was a core carry who did so much work for WE. And then when they lost that identity and again changing around mids, like we had Shanks. Okay, Shanks is good. Now Shie's back in the roster. It felt like there was so many moving parts at WE, but the time Beishang's back in as well. He then had to adjust to the new moving parts too.
Oh, 100%. Especially, like you said, especially Elk. In 2020, Elk defined the WE roster. Last year, obviously a bit more variance in terms of like having Breathe up in the top side. And again, Shanks really found his form towards summer playoffs. But Beishang having to come in and adapt to a lot of new plans. And we're kind of going on about this because not too much happening on the map. And when not too much is happening on the map, I really do feel like that favors WE just from how I feel like fights should play out in late game in terms of formation. WE should be able to guarantee those front-to-back fights they have unless UCal can find something massive, try and bait out some sort of ultimate set up for the flank to be able to come through. And again, Puff really will have to be the big carry on this Aphelios with the fact that for WE, Xin Zhao, Gwen, these champions will be running in at you, could potentially give you a very good angle for a solid Moonlight Vigil.
And I don't think I've really, like bet against Gwen, right? Like if we get to a late game stage, Gwen's carry games. The Shy has done it on Weibo Gaming many times this split. Like, we have had many Gwens come through LPL, left open, and then we get to 40 minutes and they run down team fights. Now, it isn't 40 minutes. Chieftain's up on the top side. He has an easy angle here. Bubu's walk way too far up, and I think W's just come down as well. Tempest, Cripple, no flash available. That's so easy for TT.
And Chieftain was just very patient, right? Makes his way through the lane with the fact that Nu did have the wave pushing into Bubu. Finds the opportunity to set it up. For when we've been hitting on how bot lane could be a bit more annoying. Though early game, it actually wouldn't be too bad, considering Zayt doesn't have that ultimate yet. But I definitely expected more resources to be put up towards Nu in the top side. And heck, even for TT, they've actually kind of played around Nu more than they played her on their bot lane as the split's gone on, which has been surprising considering that I mean, a lot of the games that TT have won have come off the back of their bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, Puff and Southwind with the strength of this roster. Does it change a lot now that UCal and Chieftain here? I guess so. Like, another roster that's had changes. Another roster that's been waiting for the core members to arrive. Like with WE getting their jungler back, I guess for TT, they were waiting for Chieftain and UCal for the majority of the split, or at least the first 5 weeks, Lyric. First 5? Or it's still Chinese New Year, right?
Yeah, it was a solid while. I mean, even just having it here on the side of my screen, Frigid played, looks like 14 games.
Yep.
So a huge amount is WE. Gonna look to aggressively push into the enemy jungle.
Okay, UCal here with ulti, but looks like WE just take it back away. Dragon in front of them too. Herald coming up in about a minute, and WE will be a good response to what happened up in the top side. Being able to trade off some of the gold and put Chieftain behind.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I have a question for you. Typically, you question me, you know, when we're talking about games. But, so you kept calling Sion a fridge. So what would you describe Gwen and Gnar as in comparison to the fridge?
I guess they're like a microwave, right? You can dent microwaves a lot easier. You can break microwaves, but it requires a lot more force than something like a fridge. Make sense? I feel like that's a good one.
Yes.
UCal's just ulted here. Sure can flip there. Shockwave. Nice from Xie. UCal can't get the solo kill, but again, I'm glad we're seeing a bit of action between mid. That's what I wanted. UCal and Xie, known mid laners in the pro scene, and this is a matchup that, you know, needs to spice things up. Now, Lyric, microwaves, remember, they can do a lot, but they can't do everything.
I feel like maybe Gwen's more like a stove or an oven, because, you know, once it gets hot, aka puts down the W and has ulti available, if you put your hand on it, you're just getting burned.
That's true. But if you
know what I mean?
If you have your head in a microwave, you're gonna explode. So
But that's true actually. You're right.
And remember that microwaves are also flexible. Gwen has an early laning phase when she probably shouldn't.
I don't know if this is something we should... Oh, okay. Puff tries to find it, but there we go. That's the safety of the Xayah that we were talking about earlier. You know, maybe we have to tangent off of kitchenware, but...
Really
no, we don't. No, we don't. So which would be worse than putting your hand in a microwave or a stove?
I don't know.
Definitely a stove.
Yeah, definitely a stove. Because instant reaction, right? Especially a gas stove we're talking about.
Well, also, microwaves can't run if the door's open.
Or if the power point's undone. But also with the gas burner,
okay.
ulti. Okay, it's ulti for ulti, but he flashes away. It was just for the Herald. Sonic Wave connects. Yukal's over the wall. There's taken. And Chieftain doing a lot in the early game. Yukal picks up one, and it looks like for TT, this early game, quite successful.
I mean, TT found the pick, right? I mean, it's been hard to describe like how TT should be looking to win, right? We talked about mid-jungle kind of mostly being that look. But I guess if we had to boil it down in essence, right, pick would be a good way of describing Lee Sin and Akali and how those win conditions are meant to come online. They do have, like, a decent setup later on. You know, they have a front line in the Gnar. They have Peel coming out from the Tahm Kench, but just not as heavy, I think, of a front line and as much consistent damage as the side of WE does. So it's nice that they're kind of all-inning on this Lee Sin pick to be able to find early game advantages. Heck, already 2,000 gold. Doesn't go out of nowhere.
Yeah, and because Shia was actually up in gold in CS before, but Yukal's caught up. Yukal's caught back up. 10 CS the difference now. Alternator picked up 2. That kill going to do a lot here for the Akali, and Chieftain picking up one of his own, showing his lead, his ferocity in this game. So for TT, that 2k gold also coming from the bot side too. Puff actually up CS. You were starting and alluding to the conversation before. When we started this split, we're like, hey, TT have Puff and Southwind. They are a duo that are kind of like LWX and Crisp, even Light and Iwandy, right? That
look
have a lot of
Puff and Southwind are like me and you. You just can't imagine them apart. But when they're together, they are extremely insane in everything they do. You know, barring the IG years. Let's forget about those.
Okay.
But you know, for the spotlight specifically in this game, right? I mean, Aphelios, Tahm Kench definitely winning 2v2 up against Zion and Leona. Tahm Kench, I think, trades extremely well into most melee supports. You have a ton of early game base damages coming through. And then Aphelios, you outrange Zaya on the opposite side, have more trading power to come through. Zaya, notoriously weak early laner, unless you do pair with the Rakan, and then, you know, more of that strength does come out. So it's been nice to see Puff and Southwind kind of push this matchup and find a nice lead for themselves. Heck, already a Gale Force being built for Puff. So more all-in potential in that bot side, where we saw Puff was able to force out Xing's ultimate earlier on in the game.
Yeah, through his own. So props to Puff again. The Gale Force, one of the first mythics done. Gale and Gore Drinker here for Chieftain. Hullbreaker actually just picked up for new as well. So we are getting a Hullbreaker once again on a top laner. We still don't have a Rift Maker for BuBu in the meantime. Second Dragon's going to be coming up in 4 minutes. 3 until the Herald. And look, even though both these teams are out of playoffs, they are at the bottom of the bottom. Let's not forget, WE just beat RNG. And wouldn't it be funny if WE lost even a game to TT when RNG could not take one?
Yeah, that would
make no sense.
I mean,
TT better than RNG.
I mean, even TT's 2 wins, right? TT, like, beat FPX, who, you know, as of right now, are kind of sitting in that 10th slot. Obviously not the same caliber of win as an RNG, but still. Both these teams have been able to sneak their way through some wins. Sadly, as you mentioned, not only is this the battle of the 2 last-place teams, even if TT win here today, TT don't overtake WE in the standings.
Yeah. It's rough. Even if it's a 2-0, WE will still hold 16. There is nothing TT can do to stop being last. That's kind of rough. However,
WE could move up, though.
That's it.
That's what
W
matters.
can move up. And if TT 1-2-0 here today, then from there, WE, if they lose against anyone's Legend Lyric, then they'd be if it was a 2-0, right? TT have to 2-0. Minus 17. Then TT would be equal in game score if WE didn't pick up a single game against anyone's Legend as well. And then TT would win by a head-to-head. So that's what it takes to not be 17.
Look, what I'm getting from what you're saying is you're pretty much pointing to Ricky Bobby of if you're not first, you're last. Therefore, RNG are not first. TT and RNG are the same.
Okay. Thank you for that. When are we going to get action again? Dragon, Herald. I feel like something's got to give because we've got 2 kills in 13 minutes, and this is not what I want. When you're at the bottom of the league, I want freaking Nasus, dude. I want Nasus. I want what champ?
So you don't want action then? You don't want any action?
Oh well, okay. Nasus was a bad like Vel'Koz is a wrap. Who else brings action to lane?
You want Pantheon.
Pantheon.
You want Pantheon support. I think Pantheon support is something you know quite well.
I did indeed, but then it got nerfed to the ground, and I think his E at one point, did it block turrets? No.
Yeah.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, I
pretty sure it did back in the day. I don't. It's man, champ. The patches every 2 weeks, but
too hard to keep track of.
It's where you go like far enough back in the day, early days of League of Legends when dodge was a stat.
Dodge.
You have all those videos online. Yeah, you have all the videos online of like, you know, Jax is building a ton of dodge, going into the enemy fountain, and you're just chilling.
Wait, what season was this? Was I around?
I believe this was, you know, like 2011.
Oh, okay. I wasn't around.
Maybe even before. Maybe even before.
Wow. I don't remember dodge whatsoever. So yeah, that's way before my time. I started, my first world was 2014, I think. When I first watched it, so
Samsung White.
Yeah, dude. And then Royal Club and
TSM being in the same group as SK, TPA, and I can't remember the last one. That was a
dude,
good
the
one.
fact that you even remembered that. I mean, my brain is so bad. All I can remember is Team Liquid beating IG at MSI in 2020. So that's what's stuck on my mind. Everything else is a mystery.
That is a depressing memory.
Oh, that sucks, dude. I'm like, IG just won Worlds. Now they'll take MSI.
You don't even, I was going to say, you don't even remember the year, right? Because it was 2019. You said 2020. Is something you want to take out is Rift Herald going down. Lee Sin pathing to bot side. You know, this is... It was 2019. 2019 was a...
No. 2019 is when they won Worlds. But 2020 is when they lost MSI, wasn't it? No.
2020 didn't have an MSI. 2020 had MSC, or Top Esports 1. You know how I know? Because me and you were there.
Oh, yeah, we were. Hey, nice old.
Actually, I wasn't there. I didn't do the event. You guys did, but...
Yeah, MSC was actually good. I was talking to a couple of viewers the other day as Knockup comes through. TT gonna dive this. We finally get some action. Exhaust down and Gwen ulti matters not. Southwood nicely done. Again, the strength of the bottom lane of TT. They're ramping it up. And we're getting a bit more blood and some turrets dropping too.
Yep, we are cross-mapping here for the side of WE. They guarantee mid-turret. Doesn't look like they'll be able to get top in one go, but Xie gonna get a second charge on this, so even if WE don't pick up 2 turrets, which they might now with Beishong and Hidayah heading over, nice cross-map coming out from them with Yukon.
Oh, he's in. Yeah, he's in all the way. Shuriken Flip doesn't connect though. Into the mist. He'll be able to return, but Chieftain is far away as well. So TT, the gold play's still there. WE are 2,000 gold behind, but TT have 2 dragons. They've got themselves a lead in this game, and they're looking pretty clean. It's just playing out. And even though you talk about WE scaling in this game, I still feel like we've got enough of a lead for TT that it is going to be the next 10 or so minutes, Lyric, of just powering ahead and getting all objectives.
And you know, even in terms of like how fights should play out, because I feel like the biggest thing that concerns me for TT's comp is again like how the formation of the fight will happen in terms of like there's just no obvious targets for a UCal or Chieftain. The most obvious one, of course, being Xie, right? Just immobile, mage in the mid lane. If Chieftain can find the kick, if UCal can find his way on it, like you should be able to burst them out. But all the others, either just being very innately tanky or having self-heal tools to keep them down. But even then, it's not like I feel like fights would be a blowout for the side of WE. You do still have nice scaling damage on the side of TT with the Aphelios and the Akali. So with the advantage they have in terms of gold, and if they can start building up these item advantages as we see, you know, Puff making his way to his second item, which looks like it will be a Bloodthirster, TT will definitely be able to take some fights.
Puff will be huge. A little invade here from WE in the meantime. You just backing away. I want to come back to what you're talking about. I was mentioning before we got a fight that I was talking to one of the LPL fans, and MSC, they were saying, like, was better than most MSIs have been. Now, that is a bit of LPL bias, but I feel like the same was said of Rift Rivals. And you actually coached at Rift Rivals for the LMS. And
I did.
The Asian teams versus, like, Western teams always took it more seriously. Like, Rift Rivals was kind of a for fun event in NA and EU of, like, rivalry, whatever. But LCK versus LPL, even versus LMS, was always so intense.
I remember the attitude of the first one of the teams that were there seemed like very team specific on which teams like really were honing in on the event. But then after that one, I remember it seemed like all teams put a lot of pride onto it. I feel like the difference between MSC and Rift Rivals, which made MSC feel way more important, right, is the fact that it's not regional.
Yeah.
Because, you know, in Rift Rivals, you had that really, like, awkward format of the best of 5, but it's every team playing once that counts for the best of 5. To where MSC, right, was just best of 5s by individual teams. So MSC, really cool format. Rest in peace, as we only did have you once.
True.
You know what we need? We need an MSC for the middle and lower tier teams. I miss IEMs.
Oh, yeah?
And a lot of people didn't like IEMs because, you know, top teams stopped going because, of course, like, you want a break. You want an off-season. You just did Worlds and MSI and all that. But give me IEMs or give me MSCs with middle and lower tier teams. Give me WE versus whoever is... Give me WE versus TSM, you know?
Yeah.
Give me WE versus whatever team in LEC is bottom 2. I want to see that.
Yeah, dude. It'd be so good because a lot of these teams as well get better from the international experience. And, like, you know, a lot of people being like, oh, WE would beat TSM or TSM would beat this bottom LPL team. It'd be really nice to see the matchup because we don't have anything international for them.
I was going to say, to be fair, though, they also are a bottom LCS team, so it's not.
That's
you know,
true.
now it is a one-to-one comparison, but hey, TT aggressively taking Vision.
Let's go.
WE trying to get control of midway first, force TT out, force them to respond. We're going to see if they can do that. Our eyes, as we've been saying, they're on Chieftain and UCal. Can UCal find a flank, or can Chieftain find like a really nice kick setup onto a key carry?
And
if you look at the mini-map, UCal is waiting in the wings.
I was going to say, News Mega Narbar is something as well I'm tracking because it's not even there. We're quite low as Puff is the target. Again, still has the Gale Force available. Look at the damage. UCal going to be spotted out in the ward. The flank you mentioned. Let's finally get into this game. Beishang knows him. Knows he's spotted out in the ward, I should say. WE taking a bit of poke, though, as they stick around. And Puff is still huge. He's got the right guns. TT's still with the
And it
gold.
also comes down to the fact that we're saying, like, any of these champions running into the Aphelios, or just even Aphelios having the range on them, he can do a lot if they find the fight. I'm surprised how hesitant WE are. They're putting a lot of priority on getting this mid wave pushed in.
And the minion wave, even as it channels across, I mean, New's about to go mega, and they just absolutely get pushed off the dragon. That was easy.
You know, this is why we need like fans and to be like in person, so we can hear people cheering for wards, hear people cheering for minions dying.
True.
If you're out there watching, wherever you're watching from, Twitch, YouTube, whatever other programs, cheer for the small things. Enjoy the little things in life.
With two teams that are at the bottom, it's not even scrap. Like, we were either going to go for full scrap fiesta or something very quiet. And unfortunately, it is the latter. Lyric.
Oh, yes, Baron time!
And TT are backing. Wait, TT are backing. Puff doesn't have a ward. They're moving in. GA's there to zone out. Baron is going down. They have no jungler. Solar Flare flashed away from. Shockwave's good. WE still here. There's a smite available. Ulti from Puff is blocked. Baron goes down. Chieftain backed away. UCal's run into everybody. And WE just got a free Baron.
I was going to say, someone needs to ring up 100 Thieves because they need to make an episode of the heist for WE after that one. Is like, how do we go from nothing happening, teams standing off in mid, staring at each other for like 2 minutes, and WE
Oh, God. Well,
I'm telling you, bring it back MSC for middle lower, bring back the eyes, whatever it is. Give me more of this.
Give me WE versus TSM. You've teased it, now we need it. I could imagine WE going up against an LCS team, and boy, boy, would they look great. Or would they?
We need to find the ultimate showdown. So we're also gonna add in Hanwha in there. Get Sammy D in the mix. From LEC, we'll take. You know, I don't know. Taking the Strauss doesn't seem that interesting. Maybe we take Team BDS, and there you go.
Okay.
You got WE, TSM, Team BDS, and Hanwha.
And we call it the true Silver Scrape. As WE, they have Baron. TT are going to be hating themselves that they're getting blasted here. Needlework is massive. Look at that. The Gnar ulti late. Everyone on his team is dead. New gets rooted in. The Blade Caller beautiful. WE, when it comes to the mid game, this team looks so much better.
Well, it's just crazy how nothing happens. TT are winning in the early game, and after this one Baron, action just explodes for WE. Heck, they're gonna end the game.
Okay.
This game is actually just gonna be over.
You're joking. The dead timers are so long. I don't want to be rude,
What
Lyric,
is this?
but
What is this?
these two teams are at the bottom, and it is very apparent as to especially TT here in game 1 why they are. I don't know how this is over, but folks, there's your game 1. Let's get a 3-game series.
What was this? Like this game actually just made no sense on any level. Like, not much happening. TT finding some picks on the map. It's cool. We're seeing Chieftain and UCal work together. Once again, nothing happening. WE not wanting to fight. They're scaling up. It's all cool. Take a Baron out of nowhere. One team fight, the game's over. That wasn't even like some 40-minute team fight. No, that happened out of nowhere. Hysterics, you need to explain that one to me. I don't get it.
All right, so if you don't ward Baron, Baron's going to be taken, threatened. WE got Baron, and then WE fought. And then WE won.
Who do you reckon gets MVP for that one?
Chieftain. Chieftain gets MVP. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. God. Let's go back to the awards. Golden Rick to WE.
I just want to say it's just disappointing from the fact that, I mean, we were actually hitting on it for one of the moments where we were actually talking about the game in the series, was the fact that we've seen both teams show potential to be, teams that shouldn't, or for members to pop off, right? Obviously, WE just taking down RNG the other day, able to pull out this win here once again. Look at that gold graph, it's ridiculous. But TT also had some explosive showings in previous games where, Chieftain and UCal could explode, where Puff can serve to be a big late game carry. And this game was a lot of waiting until next game.
Yeah.
But hey, at the end of the day, WE win, and again, WE can move up. Sure, WE can't make playoffs, and you might think to yourself, well, then why does it matter? But WE can surpass LGD, get up to 15th, have, be in better spirits for next split, team camaraderie's good, synergy's being worked on, everything's chill.
They can technically beat anyone's legend lyric as well. They can get up to 12 max.
See, there we go. That is a huge momentum shift, because then you can tell yourself, man, had we only had our full roster together sooner, we only needed to go up 2 more places to make playoffs. So for WE, there are some silver linings in terms of the mental game if they can pull out a series win.
Well, the mental game was what it came down to, because I don't know how game 1 ended so fast. But, yeah, poor TT. Doesn't matter about early game, does it?
Look, the takeaways from that game are: don't put your head in a microwave, don't put your hand on a stove. That's kind of it.
Well, I'm waiting for the word in my ear to send us to a break, because that's when I'm going to go eat.
Listen.
Think about what that game was.
Game 2, TT are going to come back. They're going to be like, hey, we drafted this comp that could be a bit more explosive. We didn't take as many opportunities in game 1. We need to play a bit more aggressive in game 2, and we're going to get it.
Well, good, because I've been told we're going to a break, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what happens after this.
Now, we got to choose 5, but now to make it even harder and force you to choose one single child of yours, Lyric, let's go ahead and open up the MVP conversation here as our last little bit, because it is a huge conversation. It's overarching. I want to try and keep it kind of short and sweet, just get general thoughts from you guys, and we'll break down who we think deserves that MVP. And I want to immediately shout out the kind of conversation that you were talking about earlier, and Xiaohu for RNG, because we see how this guy is so integral. For MVP, what it means to me is you cannot win the game. You cannot be a successful team without this player. He is literally how you are winning the game, and he has maybe even 80% of an input on how this is working out. I feel like Xiaohu fits that mold.
I feel like when we frame it like that, it still becomes hard, because I feel like the conversation shifts from, I don't know, Rookie's still in there as well, but even Knight kind of inches up more when you're like, team does not win without them. It's like, man, does top esports win without Knight?
I'm going to save you from this, Lyric, because I actually think the difference maker here is how much the team is impacted. I suppose that's maybe not the right wording, but like how much of the team is decided around that person. And for me, that is Xiaohu. Like when I watch an RNG game, everything that RNG do on the map is dictated by Xiaohu. And like when I look at V5, Rookie, I think is the best player that we have in the LPL right now. And this is where I'm making the differentiation. I think Rookie's the best player that we have in the LPL. The dude is absolutely insane. Mechanically, he's a god. Laning phase, he's a beast. And he is hard carrying V5. But do I see V5 actively change their entire playstyle around what Rookie's playing? No. And that's where I think the difference is with Xiao, who is like, if Xiaohu's on Corki, they are doing absolutely nothing until we actually get towards an objective, we have package up, and then they're going to go towards Rift Herald. If Xiaohu's on something that can go in Rome, suddenly we're playing way more proactive in the early stages. Waves linking up, we're moving, we're like everything is moving in tandem. Like, and I think that's where the difference maker is for me. Why Xiaohu would be my MVP for the split, because although I don't think he necessarily is the best mechanically, I think without Xiaohu, that's not.
I gotta
RNG.
say, Xiaohu's Vex better than.
Oh
Rookie's.
yeah, Xiaohu is the best Vex, but on the counter side, Rookie's the best Orianna. You know, like we can go back and forth between
in the world, in the world, in the whole world. But I actually, real quick, I like that you make that distinction because I agree. I like that you put it the way like, does this player warp the play style? Because I feel like even Knight, even though I think top esports would probably fail more without Knight than RNG would without Xiaohu, right? Knight doesn't necessarily warp their play style. He's just insanely clutch. But even just looking at like how they played last year, this year, right? It's so obvious how literally everything is dictated by what this man can do, what his pick is. Heck, even when he played Lucian this split, I remember they lost, but they went back to the playstyle of last year. They went back to the whole, again, commit Xiaohu purely to the side lane, and it literally looked like 2021 RNG. It was crazy.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love you for real? Do you love you for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. Why do you speak on my name? Do you love you for real? Why do you treat me so bad? Do you love you for real? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Do you love you for real? Why do you leave me into? Do you love you for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, give me that, give me that.
Like a siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where
下一场对阵 WE 嘛，然后他们也是换了新的中野，然后悲伤和西叶是属于那种经验很老道，然后抓机会能力特别强的，然后配合也是挺好的。我们应对他们的话，一定要就是小心他们中野的联动。春季赛马上要结束了，就是成绩也不是很好，然后可能自己表现也不是那么好，然后跟队友的磨合也是，然后各方面都需要调整。然后其实我们调整的好了，我相信我们可以很多比赛都是可以赢下去的。
Well, it's a long shot. TT sitting at the bottom, and against WE, they lost game number 1 in what I'd call a heartbeat lyric. I'm not sure what happened.
You know,
I
feel like Puff summed it up perfectly. Puff just said, man, Xie and Beishang are so experienced. They're really good at finding opportunities. And that's what WE did that game. They found an opportunity to sneak a Baron. After that, TT kind of ran in one by one, and they just ended the game. So MVP goes Xie. You know?
I don't know why that's so funny. He did 38% of the damage. There was no damage in that game.
There was no damage. If for some reason you missed that game and you're tuning in now, there was like 3 kills for the first 20 minutes. All of them were TTs. And yeah, we pretty much had that one fight that WE had that won them the game. So
yeah.
Also, if you're here watching this, you're a real one. You're a friend. This was the only fight. This was the only fight that happened. We saw again. They kind of run in one by one. We see Yukal goes in, gets chunked very low. It leaves the other 2 members in a very bad position. New now coming in for his chance to fight the squad. And you know, Puff doesn't want to be left out. They're taking his base. He wants a chance to fight as well. So. Yeah, WE got all of their kills off the game-winning push. We're going to hope for something more in Game 2. But even if we don't have something more in Game 2, there's a lot of interesting conversations we could take along the way.
Oh, my God. I just can't. I can't because the replay starting at 23 minutes. The game started at 24. We didn't even get any because there were no kills for WE. And after they stuck Baron, they found 4 and the game was done. That was just such a silly game. Oh my God. And I'm glad it ended like that. Where we had no blood. We had no crazy picks. Instead, it was just a stupid way to end, and I'm all about it.
That series kind of delivered the way you would expect it to deliver. You knew it would be a crazy game in some way.
Yeah.
It wasn't looking like it for the longest time, but I'm still glad we were resolved on the inside with how it ended. So, looking to Game 2, what are we looking for? I'll be honest. I feel like you're a lot more qualified to break it down than I am.
Well, we're gonna get Bew's Camille this time because Gwen's gonna be bad. We're gonna get Xie on LeBlanc because that gets let through. And then Xing and Kadaya get Zaya Rakan. And then on the other side, Lyric, what's something actually, what is groundbreaking for you?
Puff has played Vayne this split.
Okay. Samira. We get Samira Rel from Puff and South.
Ooh, we get Samira Tariq. Samira jump in, the E put on, the stun comes through. Because Southwind has also played... TT have actually played a ton of champions this split. UCal only been here a short while. You know, picking up so many. 1 game on Lissandra, 1 game on LeBlanc, 1 game on Zoe, 1 game on Akali, 1 game on Vigar. Southwind kind of being the same. Has played the Blitzcrank, the Tariq, the Yuumi, the Lux. So TT play it all. So, you know, maybe we can be in for a bit of a surprise in Game 2.
He's hoping we get some crazy stuff, right? LCS has had some wild picks throughout their split. You know, we've had I need to open this up. We've got the time. I can look at pick and bans. What have we had in the jungle that's just absurd? Bit of Kha'Zix. We've had Skarner. We had Vi from Casa. We had a Kindred game. I'm trying to remember who Kindred was from.
Do you remember 2019 where Tien and Doinby swapped roles for that game and Doinby played Skarner? Tien played
Aatrox mid because he was still playing Aatrox in jungle.
Yes.
It was kind of cheating.
And I remember they were playing another competent team. I can't remember someone like a TES or someone along those lines. And they actually came out and they won. I don't know how we got down this rabbit hole, but point is, shenanigans are aplenty.
But remember, yeah, it was when we got Aatrox Jungle was a huge thing, and it was versus Top Esports. Good memory, and it was because against Top Esports, the series had no implication. It meant absolutely nothing, so they swapped, and Tien actually looked really good mid, but Duumbi's jungle was all focused around Tien. It was like they literally played the exact same play style, just flipped around. I think I cast that actually.
I think you did, if I remember correctly. But yeah, that happened. So there you go. If you're hearing this for the first time, like, whoa, I want to go see Duumbi play jungle and Tien play mid. There you go. Sometime 2019 summer, one of the last series of the split. But we are ready for picks and bans.
Okay.
TT versus WE Game 2. 16th versus 17th.
Oh, let's go, Lyric. Let's see some Vayne from TT. They're on blue side this time. So as we swap around, what do you want to see? Tell me.
What do I want to see? What I want to see is Jinx get banned. Right here, we get open up for some more fun picks. Hopefully not see the Aphelios first pick, which would then be responded by something else. But no! Jinx left open.
Okay, well, Puff has to lock that in. That's his obligation. But what do we get on the other side that's not Aphelios?
Listen to you asking silly questions. We get the Aphelios, and maybe something along the lines of a Hecarim. Hecarim or Viego kind of being the two standout junglers left open, with both Xin Zhao and Volibear off the table. You called this! You called this! You predicted this! You got it!
Okay, well, I did get the Zyra Khan right, but you're right. Wrong, I mean. Xie gets LeBlanc, and that means Yukao is going to play Zoe?
Look, you are the one predicting this draft now. You have clearly outpointed me. I mean, the jungle matchup was something we've already kind of hit on of what is left open for both sides, kind of Viego, Hecarim. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the trade that comes through. Now, you called the Zoe.
Is it too early, though? Do you just do support? Because it's got to be a boring draft. It does. Damn, dude. Well, maybe Zoe in the final 4th or 5th.
Maybe WE picks Zoe here and doesn't give Yukao any options. BUBU plays top lane LeBlanc. If you remember when that was a thing, AD top lane LeBlanc. Good times. I never thought it was particularly good, but you did see it win some lanes. As guess what? Viego now locked in for Team WE.
Oh, Viego, that's a new champion. So what else is really exciting about this draft, Lyric? I think Thresh is exciting. Leona, Nautilus is left up and available. Those are the supports from WE that I think we should see.
Yeah, and hey, I think there is at least a different shade to this game, considering that Chie is on LeBlanc, which probably means more aggression coming out in that mid lane. That's something that Chie's never really been afraid of, is, looking for those all-ins, looking for that action. Playing more for jungle, I think is so I've described the latter portion of Chie's career, especially when you think back to when he was playing with Peanut. A lot of what Chie did was to enable Peanut and his very aggressive style of gameplay. So, here's to hoping Chie on this LeBlanc playing with Beishang, a chiseled veteran here, can open up for some aggressive 2v2s.
He does have chiseled abs as well, so you're exactly right. We get 2 mid bans.
Who? Viego or Beishang?
No, Beishang.
Oh.
Beishang is shredded. I think, is it Beishang is shredded? It was, I think we kind of decided it was Zika. Not IG Zika, but Vici Gaming Zika, who was kind of the most shredded. He always came on stage and I'm like, dude, I would not mess with that man.
I don't know if I've seen any player where I instantly think, this guy would probably... I'm not going to finish that sentence. We're looking at supports now. You've kind of already hit on the supports that are open. Kadaya wanting to go towards that Thresh. There's going to be Hecarim running at you on the opposite side.
Thresh! Oh my god! Oh, wow. Sorry, Lyric, you were saying?
I was going to say, I feel like you're being a little over the top with this one. Which, hey, you were right again. We can use Camille.
Use Camille. I said Bubu's Camille, but that's close, dude. That's close. I did say Camille.
You know, is it telling that in a game between 16th and 17th, you've actually been way more on point with draft?
I have. I don't know why. Is it predictable? Oh, God. Bubu's Renekton. No. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. We want this.
Do we?
Yes.
Okay.
Renekton LeBlanc solo lanes. You have the counter pick coming out in top side. Heavy trading going to go around. Bit of a skill matchup in the mid lane where Xie having some, I'd say, more aggressive options available the first 2 levels, but then post 3 Ari can just start spamming those Qs. The point is, right, you have 2 drafts that very much do want to go in, right? Camille on the opposite side, Hextech Ultimatum onto the Aphelios, get Frigid in there on the backline, which is something we actually didn't mention. Something maybe we didn't notice. It's Frigid being an Overchieftain here.
Oh, yeah.
But...
Oh, wow. Did he get... Is it because of the Baron call? Did he get subbed out for Oh, no, Lyric. It was the Baron call, and now Chieftain's not in. I didn't even realize. Well, that's a nice way for TT to round out the split.
Yeah. Hey, but Frigid, young player, giving him more experience on the stage. Again, more aggressive drafts coming out from both sides. Renekton versus Camille. Probably going to be the focus for both teams in this matchup, so a lot of attention put up towards that top side. Is something we've hit on the TT, have kind of leaned into doing more as the longer the split has gone on. Hasn't really worked out for them. I, not completely understand their thought process with the decision, where, again, a lot of their carry performances have come from bot lane. But hey, with Camille up in the top side, at least it will be exciting.
Yes, it will. Give New some agency. Let's see where this goes. With the new jungler being taken in as well. Frigid's got a lot of work to do. And I just hope we get, we've got the champions for it. Let's see some more blood. 3 kills in the first 20 minutes. That was unacceptable. Let's get it going. TT versus WE.
Funny enough, Frigid, for those of you who maybe weren't watching early split LPL, was the starting jungler at first before UCal Chieftain came in. But Frigid also spent his development time in the WE organization. Former WE Academy player. He's also, I believe, was on the roster for one of the NEST events, so has actually, worked closely with Beishang before in the past.
Good to know. So versing, I guess, a mentor of sorts here in the jungle, where he'll be starting, seems to be, on the opposite side of the map. Now, what lane do we explode with, Lyric? Tell me why it's mid. No, wait, it's top.
Yeah, I was going to say, I expect it to be top. Even look at new summoners, right? Going for the more aggressive setup, bringing out the Ignite in that top side. Both junglers going to be pathing up towards that side of the map. WE, of course, I think, are a little bit favored in terms of having that Renekton with the early game power, getting the Fury stacked up, get the strong W coming out and set up for Beishang's damage. But with an extra combat summoner, that could flip the script a little bit for the side of WE, for TT, I'm sorry. And even in mid lane, is Southwind, just going to take a bit of trading, both mid laners taking Ignite. So we saw in our last series, it was the Ahri taking the teleport and playing more for the map. This time around, both mid laners wanting to play for that 1v1 pressure.
And with Xie on his comfort pick as well, remember that LeBlanc's his favorite. This pick needs to be banned away. Kind of sad not to see UCal on the Zoe, but at the very least we get something similar, or at least similar enough. W getting forced out of the level 2. Puff's going to hit that one first, alongside Southwind. Frigid's on the top side of the map. Let's see Renekton versus Camille, because Renekton does a very good time against Camille, and it is quite rare, Lyric, that you see a Camille win this lane outright.
Yeah, I mean, Renekton just having access to more damage in the early stages. His cooldowns aren't all that long, right? Go in, throw out the Q, get your Fury stacked up to get a large W and just set up for the full trade. Preferring much more of these short trades, Camille. I mean, you have some access to play around with your W, so you obviously took Grasp to have a little bit more power in terms of those short trades, not wanting to commit too much against Bibu. Is Beishang wanting to punish Frigid again. You said a bit of a mentor-mentee relationship in the past, and Beishang says, hey, Frigid, what's yours is mine.
LeBlanc. Charm misses. Hard to get a gank down, and GA just runs away while he sacrifices the blue buff. So that was an alpha move from Beishang if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, Beishang using his solo lane pryos and Frigid instantly pivoting towards the bot side. It's at least nice that they were decisive with that pivot. The sad thing is there's really nothing for him to take. Does still have his Krugs up. After that, probably going to look for the reset. Then we're going to see where he goes with these ganks. WE stacking a wave on bot. Maybe it opens up for a potential gank there. But we've already kind of hit on a lot of the focus. Probably going to be on this top side matchup as you highlighted, right? LeBlanc extremely mobile. Going to be hard to lock her down and find those ganks. UCal, a bit of the same. Especially as we're nearing that level 6 point.
On Renekton as well. Why wouldn't you focus that lane? One of his favorites. Nice little hit here from UCal. She8 goes into clone and just backs away. So, you know, running into this series today, we did the Golden Ricks. And I'm kind of annoyed now we didn't do, you know, best like team play, right? We had best pro plays, which was Castle, which was kind of like a team play. Again, this is a LeBlanc. Wait for the charm. Okay, never mind. She has just run into a horse. Never mind. First blood to TT again.
Yeah, that was also really nice timing. Comes into the E as the distortion comes through. And like you said, kind of just running into Frigid. Not expecting him to be there. No real vision down for the side of WE around their top side. A lot of it is only centered in the bottom lane and even having some around some of their jungle camps. So TT, once again, the faster starters in the early game. Kind of hoping we get a similar game to last game.
Are you though? Are you sure?
I am. I'm all in. I'm sold. After seeing how that ended, I'm actually all aboard for whatever that was.
The Baron at 20 minutes, which means early doesn't matter whatsoever. As long as you... Well, WE actually have an Aphelios again. Lyric, maybe their Baron is not as fast, though. So, you know, with the LeBlanc this time, with... They had a Gwen last time. So, you're not going to have as fast a Baron damage, which is kind of upsetting. But again, all you need is the Aphelios. Oh, hello. All right, Ching in a bit of trouble. Flashes away. It's a good grabbing him down, though. Puff without mana. Bubu now just dying. And Bubu is about to die. He's dead. Beishang's in. And Frigid and you just get gifted a kill. What are WE doing?
Yeah, Beishang, I'm guessing he just overestimated how much more damage BB would be able to get off before he died. kind of doing what TT did last game, just in reverse, in terms of just kind of walking in one by one and giving away those free kills.
Nice little gank here, or at least a 2v2 in the bottom lane. Southman igniting down. He'll shield and he'll survive. But UCal's now down here as well. WE in all lanes are in so much trouble. Kadaya flashes away. Charm waited for. Puff there with the zap, gets a slow. Death Sentence kited away. UCal playing this so nicely. Spirit Rush, Orb Deception. Look at this guy go. Running away from Beishang, who just respawned. UCal with another Spirit Rush, but now that Chie's here, it gets a little bit sticky. TT, 4 kills in the early game, and WE just can't get a break.
No. Also a bit surprised Beishang committed with the W so early. You feel like maybe you wait for Xie to get a little bit closer, commit with the distortion, maybe throw out the E, and that could set you up better. Considering he also has the flash to follow through if UCal would have used his own flash, use a Spirit Rush.
Okay. UCal here once again, saving the life of Puff, it seems, as Xie was hunting. Yeah, he played this really well. Let's have a look at replay, Lyric. This is top side this time.
Yeah, and Yubiu just getting chunked out super early on. Ignite is able to come out. And again, I'm very surprised Beishang follows through with how low he got so quickly. There would really be no mobility tools for TT to be able to turn that had Beishang just started backing off. But, you know, he went for it. Almost, maybe I can try and stretch it and say he almost got the kill. But let's be real, he didn't.
No, he did not. And so TT 4-0. Now, this is a 2k gold lead. I don't care about it yet, though, Lyric. I don't. I'm going to be honest. What TT do in the early game doesn't matter with what we saw in game 1 and where they are at the moment in the LPL. So, I need more convincing. I don't know how I'm going to get it. Maybe if it keeps happening.
Well, if you need convincing on one thing, it's a look. Look at TT's mid and jungle. UCal and Frigid, surprisingly being, oh, wow.
Got him again. Frigid has ulti. She is just dead. He runs into UCal, who autos with the flash. The rest of WE are here. Look at UCal without a Spirit Rush. He's caught out. It's a 1-for-1 trade. But Xie on his LeBlanc is just not playing well.
I was gonna say, you came in today with the power of being able to predict a lot of the picks we'd see in this draft, but with that power came the trade-off of you being completely wrong with how they'd pan out. But you're right. I mean, Xie having a lot of great performances on LeBlanc throughout his career.
Okay, Lyric. Too much talk. You've cast too much to split. We've run you down. Okay, Beishang.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll let you take it away as I drink this water to not die.
Okay, I'll do the replay for you. Now, Xie on LeBlanc. Every time he gets charmed, this is really good advice for all LeBlanc players out there. If you get hit by charm, can't W away. It means you get charmed towards the champion that charmed you. You know, like a death sentence or anything that else is like a stun or a root. You get rooted or stunned, meaning you can't actually do anything in that moment. Oh, it's rough.
You know,
the tip is don't
I
get
feel
charmed.
like I feel like this is a missed opportunity by us in the LPL. Why are we not releasing content of you explaining or breaking down situations like this?
Yeah, for like the mums of viewers. I feel like we can make it, you know, bring in a lot of new viewers. Like the mums and dads of our viewers. We explain the game to them. Because you know what? That's the one thing. Like if you're a new player to League of Legends, whether you're old or young, League is now getting harder to approach. There's too many champions, so many mechanics. And trying to approach it is like trying to get the young kids of today to understand why David Bowie was so good. No?
No, I'm sorry. You.
No. I mean,
you, two completely different wavelengths.
No. But like, imagine even the parents of viewers or parents in general, right? Why do they care about the LPL? Or why is this so much fun to watch? We'll tell them. Teaching older people about League, that's like the market. And whoever cracks that first is gonna, you know, make a lot of money. Hey, Southwind, is he dead? Good question. Xing, oh, what a ball up. Misses though. Southwind not gonna die.
Yeah, so what you're saying is instead of targeting the usual market, Beishang?
Okay, Horse again. Frigid being frisky and with another good charm. And Xie's over the wall. Onslaught of Shadows gets him out. We are yakety-saxing a bit, and at least we got blood this game. UCal is just waiting for someone to walk in, and he'll be fine. He's out of there.
You know, it's just nice to see after, I think it was maybe the first charm of the game, which is pretty tragic. UCal has been able to hit them pretty consistently and set up for some good damage to come off onto the opposing side. Sadly for him, though, WE's bot lane keeping up this pressure, allowing for Kadai to roam over, and WE just looking for a place to drop this Herald, decide to give money to Xing.
Okay, well, that's not a good thing. He's got a Gale Force. He's already big enough. Frigid's here without an ulti. Gold shed. Dark Passage taken, and whoop-de-doo, we got a bit of gold. Now, Lyric, why are you not on the same wavelength? More importantly, why would you not go into this idea with it? How good is this idea?
I was going to just say, the thing I was on the same wavelength as is me and you listen to very different eras of music.
Well, sort of.
But the idea itself, absolutely phenomenal. Why target the whatever age group people always do of like the mid-20s when you could target people in their 40s and 50s for League of
But
Legends?
do you remember, you and I have talked about this offline, right? Meaning not broadcast. We have talked about how hard it would be to adapt to League of Legends nowadays. Like, as a caster, a bit of an insight here as we get a 2v2 and Frigid, Xie misses the chain, so nothing happens. If you were a new caster coming into League now, my God, is it a hard game to learn. Like, back when I started in 2015, dude, the craziest mechanic, who was 2015? Was that like Draven?
I feel like Draven had been out for a while longer than that. 2015.
No, Zach's 2013, 2014.
I don't know. 2015, I remember the meta of 2015 summer.
Yeah.
Because that's when we had Ignite, TP, Fizz, and Hecarim top.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot remember what the newest champion was. But that was the meta. And that was a really fun meta. I missed that meta.
Yeah. God, I feel like a lot. My point being that I feel like a lot's changed, right? Where back in those days,
I mean, heck,
the mechanics weren't as in depth.
I mean, even think about it. We even have a new mechanic added to the game in the past few months of, whatever Renata's thing is called.
Yeah.
Which I guess is Berserk.
Berserk, and then there's also like Rel's ulti also has a unique yoink. Thank you so much from Beishang. Rel actually has a unique one as well. She's the only one in the game with it. I'm trying to work out what it is. It's not a displacement and it's not a root. But every time you look up, and you know, like, shout out to League of Legends fandom. Really good with this kind of stuff. It feels like they make it very easy to read, but it is a page of in-depth information that is so hard to understand. Like, anyway, Lyric, take us through. Hey, you can play by play for a bit while I do this. This is your time to shine.
Thank God. I've been looking for my chance for so long. Is, you know, on the map, no fights actually happening. Funny to note that TT 2 games in a row come out with all the kills in the early game, being much more aggressive this time around than last game, right? We've seen a lot of play with UCal and Frigid, and UCal constantly making these moves like this, hovering down towards this bottom side, which is even more strange considering we hyped up the implications of the top lane matchup. But ever since that failed 2v2 coming through, TT haven't had to try and enable new. He's just been winning out on his own, which, speaking of top laners, are heading down. So we are about to get a 5v5 here for Dragon.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to it. By the way, kinematics is what I was looking for, which is what Rel's ultimate is. I'll talk about that more in a second, because WE versus TT might come down to this in front of another neutral as UCal jumps on in. It's taken here by WE, but the fight might not be. However, a reset goes down. Beishang is now the horse running in. It's messy. As New is spat back out, and Puff is still hitting away, but jumping onto Xing, that's a good angle.
Ooh.
As New takes him down, flash over the wall. Puff is hitting targets like no tomorrow. And TT, this is going to be a much harder one to throw.
I was going to say, there's no doubt that WE versus TT was going to be a 3-game series.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you want it to be? I can't wait to see the replay of that, because it's such like a confusing start to the fight with UCal going in and instantly having to jump right back out. As we're going to see here, he goes in, throws down the Everfrost, does get the CC out, but then Frigid committing so deep. You did chunk a lot of WE members very low, which is what allows for the follow-up engage to be able to come through. They are running forward. Xing did not take the Lantern to be able to try and get away with Kadaya, and it gives the angle for UCal to be able to finish off the kill. And then with Puff flashing over the wall aggressively, TT are able to finish that one off. So 4-1-3 on the Ahri, 2-0-3 on the Jinx. TT are absolutely huge.
They are now. Finish out the game. How do they do that? They've got a Camille in the side lane, and they've got Puff, who is pretty fed. Look at UCal this game, who is kind of carrying, by the way. Like, UCal has been playing well. And Lyric, you know, you can give me your analysis, your 2 cents as to what happens from here. Because as WE, they've got a Renekton that's 0-2. Now, what does a Renekton do from behind?
Go ask Morgan.
I can't. He's in the LCK now. He's abandoned WE.
Hey, but from the hype I've seen on Twitter, he's apparently had some good performances that actually weren't memes. But talking about what teams will be looking to do, right? I feel like for TT, their comp has a lot of different ways to play out the game, right? They very clearly have pressure in sides. That's something, you know, easy to see with the Camille and the fact of how accelerated UCal is. But they also have a lot of backline dive access and can very easily be able to get on top of Xing. So I feel like it's a case of still a bit far away from Baron. So, you know, topside vision not meaning all too much, playing down towards that bottom side, breaking down the tier 1, getting deep vision in the enemy jungle. And then Frigid and UCal will still probably continue to be the duo going forward once this turret breaks down. And you can just look to aggressively try and set up fights in the enemy jungle before those neutrals come up.
Well, it's all watered, so an opportunity to do so, but defensive warning, I might add, from WE. PT grouping up around bot. There is no objective here. There's nothing up. They are just looking for blood. They want to kill the Croc again. But WE are grouped up as a 5-stack right around their top laner.
Yeah, and I mean, TT doing exactly what we just hit on, right? Looking for this aggressive fight in the enemy jungle. BUB will be here first, but it looks like WE want no part of this. This will just open up New to be able to take this bot side turret, though.
Yeah, and he's going to take it pretty quick as well. TT just running down. WE separated. And, okay, Shie's waiting in the brush. Kadaya's dead. Okay, bye, Kadaya. Well.
Oh, New might be dead as well.
Okay, New's dead. Bye, New. It's 5, now 4 versus 4. And TT are just out of there. Okay, we trade something that doesn't matter much, Lyric, because there's no objective.
No, both teams now just gonna be waiting out the 1 minute. Kind of taking a stock of the map. TT already have top wave pushing into WE, it looks like. So don't really have to worry about that one too much. Bot wave they're answering now, so they should just be able to get their resets off, start heading back down to this bot side, try and get control over vision, go contest and clear mid wave, and then gonna get a bit more action as we see here. Yukal gonna find a nice charm onto Kadaya after he actually doesn't even need the charm. Gets the Everfrost in first. On the opposite side though, the whole time we saw Shie waiting in the wings for the Camille to overstep. He finds the pick and an answer on both sides. With WE on the map first, though, they do have control over River so far. Looks like no wards for any sort of flank to come out from New. So TT just going to run forward as a unit.
Well, WE actually the one doing that because it's Shie who just sandwiches himself into 3 people. TT going to have to walk into this area. New caught out, sent back. Shie at least doing something here on the 0-2 LeBlanc. The charm comes through. Okay, bye again, Kadaya. Frigid goes in with the onslaught of shadows. Now he'll be charmed up if he walks any closer. As over the wall news here, Xing with the right guns at the wrong time. Okay, TT, I see you. I know we're going to a game 3.
Yep, and TT just gonna be able to take this dragon, head back up the top side, pick up an old Baron, maybe see some sights, and go home.
You know, relevant here is Shie tries his little heart out, and Puff is just going to respond to this. They've gone deep. Beisheng's knocked up, and he will have to ulti away. But look, there's the horse again. Everyone keeps dying on WE. And Lyric, you know what I've learned here from today's game? Not anything about the players. I've learned that Ari, as Frigid dies to minions, Charm is a knockdown. Did you know that? Not a knock-up, a knockdown. It stops dashes or stops airborne effects. Kind of cool.
Yeah, that is what that does. But, you know, something I didn't learn but knew, want to ask if you know, is, you know, in Game 1, we were talking about, you know, tournaments and formats and, like, things like MSC and Rift Rivals. Yeah. Were you around when Battle of the Atlantic was a thing?
Oh my god, I was not. What is that?
So that was like Rift Rivals way before Rift Rivals. I believe it was at the end of Season 3. It was the top 5 teams of NALCS versus, you know, at the time it was still called EULCS. And the weirdest format ever that, like, so, you know, first will play first, second will play second. And those games are worth more points. So despite the fact that Europe as a whole won more games, they technically lost the event. It made no sense. Yeah. What a strange format.
Battle of the Atlantic?
Yeah. Right. Again, it was top 5 NA versus top 5 EU.
That's
and
cool.
I think maybe the first place NA beat something like that must have happened for NA to win, but EU won more games. And I think EU even lost a team because that was the split where Lemon Dogs lost their whole roster. I don't know. Right. Crazy. League of Legends has been a crazy history.
So what year was that again? Do you remember?
2013.
Okay.
Or early 2014.
Okay.
It's one of the two.
A while ago. Because I know, like, you've been around for a while. Munchables is old. You know, he had his birthday the other day, and it made him even older. But, dude, Munchables has literally been around since, like, IEM. The last IEM that did League of Legends. That's how old he is. That was a while ago. That was a hell of a long time ago.
I know, I was there. That's where me and Munch met, and he doesn't remember. Munch was casting, I was coaching, and he forgot about me. Shame on him.
But actually, maybe it wasn't too long. What year was it? 2017, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so not
2017.
that long. That was 5 years ago, actually. That's really not that long. Can you believe 5 years ago was 2017? Can you believe it's the year 2022? Can you believe we survived 2012? We're all meant to die.
That's true.
Remember 10 years ago, the world was meant to end in 2012?
Yeah, I remember. There are a lot of funny videos and great songs made about it.
True. The movie was good as well. I did enjoy the movie 2012. And I will also say, you know, coming to this point where in the last 3 years have been pretty hellish. And we never know. Could be 2022. The world could end.
I was hoping Kadaya would just go for
Just
it.
feel it. You know what I mean? Like, get that hung Chad mentality.
Exactly. If that was hung, it would have just been thrown. It would have been thrown and it would have been followed. He would have died, but we still would have praised it.
Imagine if WE steal this Baron. Imagine if
Please
WE walk up and steal the Baron and then TT lose. Ah, okay, it starts. Here we go.
Just saying that even hurts. Like, my God, that would be tragic for TT.
Well, they're hitting it. Frigid's at half HP. Now, WE are at full. Bubu's dealing with New on the side lane, but he's not really dealing with him. This Renekton is pretty tragic right now. I mean, look at this. He's struggling. New just walks up to the turret and has a great time, so they pull off a Baron knowing that they don't need to do it.
Yeah, I mean, right. He's just dealing so much damage at this point, even having things like the Death's Dance, so, you know, Yubi not going to be able to burst him out or anything along those lines. And heck, TT committing.
You got to stop saying heck, Lyric. You know, it's hurting our ears. We're a PG broadcast. I feel like for my kids, one day, you know, when I have kids, and who knows, it could be soon, and I'm going to show them the broadcast. If you say heck, you're going to hurt them. WE with a pick. Southwind getting targeted down. This guy about to die. Now, that's a good one. WE with
Let's go. This the time. This is a WE Baron play.
Oh, no.
This is game 1 on repeat.
Well, is looking for Frigid. He's found him. Zoning him
Here,
away.
Whoa. I got... Let me take this. Okay, WE are hitting the Baron. Shie on the backside. Frigid running in. What is he going to do? Pops the ultimate. Everyone gets feared. New following forward. Kadaya is dead. Bei Shaw goes down. And TT win the fight.
You keep going, Lyric, because Shie's on the backside. We're still fighting. Baron's gone down.
You know, I'm very disappointed I didn't get a Penta, because, like, oh, wait, Shie? I want a Penta just for how the casters in Brazil do it. It was so cool. I always hear, like, Penta, like, it was, and I want to do that. I want to do that for real.
There's a lot of, like, elongating of vowels from Korean casts, from Brazilian casts. Like, there's a lot of...
Dude, the Korean casts are also insane.
True. They are... a lot of screaming. Caster Jun is, yeah, he's pretty sick, and he's a very humble man. When I met him in Rift Rivals in 2019, that was the most humble man I've ever met. Very nice indeed. So shout out to Caster Jun, who's definitely not watching LPL, as LCK is probably not. But he's a lad, definitely a lad, Lyric.
Are you saying he's missing Thunder Talk versus Team WE?
He might be.
Look at this. Look at this pure domination. 12,000 gold lead. Remember, WE beat RNG. And you said, by the transitive property, if TT win this, confirmed better than Royal Never Give Up.
True. So TT would be better than RNG. You're right. I forgot about that. WE just 2-0'd RNG, and I don't know how that happened, but it happened. It was a day of upsets. PT in this game, they need to get us to a game 3. And how that happens with a 13k gold lead is running into the base. Now, Lyric, they should be slapping this. WE shouldn't even have a chance, but New's by himself. New is by himself. And the whole of WE are in front of him. They're trying to burst him down, but the rest of the cavalry are here. TT finally arrived to help him out. New dies, but look at the cost here. TT, I think they've done it, Lyric. I think we're going to a game 3.
Yes, game 3, Thunder Chad Gaming versus W. It's harder to make something out of WE's name. It's 2 letters.
Okay.
Point is, WE lost though, so we don't need to give them a cool name yet. They'll get a cool name if they win in game 3. I'm sorry we didn't give you a cool name in game 1, but yeah, TT, pick up the win.
Yes, they do. Congratulations to TT. We're going the distance. Well, at least we get to spend the night together, guys. At least we get to spend the night together. You know, you could be off somewhere. You could be talking to people. You could be socializing. But instead, you're here enjoying what could be the best series of LPL this.
Probably at a very obscure hour as well. You know, assuming
Yeah.
they're in Europe or in the States.
11:30 here in Australia. I know in Dublin it's 11 hours behind. What does that make it? Midday?
It would be,
You
I
could be at
believe,
work.
noon. I think it'd be noon. I think there's 7 hours ahead of me. It's
That's what I
5
said.
a.m. here.
I said midday. How does midday not account to noon? What do they say in America? What do they been saying about the time?
Listen.
Is it an ounce of time?
I wake up at 5 p.m. My midday is like 2 a.m. So that's not midday. And you know what? Here's a damage graph. And look at that damage graph. I'm actually surprised that UCal's damage isn't higher than Puff's. Which shouldn't be surprising based on champion, right? Because Puff is on Jinx. Of course, Jinx will deal the most damage. But it just felt like UCal was doing so much in that game to not only enable the place, but also pick people off.
Yeah, UCal was good. UCal had a good play, and I'm just glad TT held on to consistency throughout the game. So props there. I've seen many BB Renekton games that have happened like this, though. So I will say, not too surprising. WE and TT at the bottom. And I'm actually kind of more surprised the games are ending so quickly. Game 1 was hilarious. This game was just clean, or cleaner. And in 27 minutes, WE just didn't do anything.
You know, it's kind of tragic that it's the same story of Game 1. WE just in Game 1 found themselves dealing a Baron when Chieftain backed, and were able to win off that. So, sadly, when TT doesn't back at Barons, WE can't find the win. Maybe they can in Game 3. Hysterics, you're not throwing the break. I'm throwing the break.
Okay.
Join us after the break. TT, WE, Game 3, Golden Ricks.
Yeah, I mean, Betty just applying so much pressure in this matchup. And the thing is, I feel like what's going so well for the fight for AL is that
Yes.
you win.
Oh, my
lord.
God. Oh, the caliber.
Oh,
he's got him. Viper goes down solo. Bolo for Betty. Throw up that Poro.
It's such a power spike, and Angel's level 6 isn't really going to offer much power in the fight other than the boost to your damage on your overload. Oh, All-In coming
Deshaun
in.
might be in trouble or not. He hops over the head, but flash forward from Wayward and finds the 1v1. Beautifully done. Triple tiebreaker things, I believe.
I don't think they can if they get to 10 minutes.
Oh, actually, no, 'cause they lose
Hey,
the
anyway,
head.
we've got an engage. Shadow Surge is going to come on through. There's an Infernum across the team. Gala low on HP, taken out by Fairness. Is this the fight? No, it's not! No, it is not! Xiaohu says no! Bin chases Jin Zhao down into the base as RNG, no, scratch that, Xiaohu annihilates LGD.
And now Baron up in 15 seconds. And it's so difficult to approach, right? Because you have the Hex.
Crisp, he goes straight in at the 4-man knockup. Can they actually make this fight work as the Destiny Gate comes out? Look at Viper on the backside of this. Susie tries to jump in on the JJ. They get the reset though onto one. That's the Lee Sin dead. Double kill for Viper as he starts to try to turn this fight all on its head. But 2 strip kills all the way back. Triple kill for Viper. It could be a bit more. It's a quadra for Viper. And it's Viper versus Uzi. It's the 280 carries left alive. And we talked about how pivotal these guys were for their teams. They're the only ones left standing.
Now Rookie solo into River. But the whole of BLG's comp, Castle and Rich are so low. Flashes the dredge line, actually inside, away from the trouble bubble. The shockwave onto Wayway. Rookie's the best now mid laner in the world. You can fight me about that because B5's mid laner is taking over this game. And soon will return to the world stage, I'm pretty sure of it.
Like a siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get
Well, hot damn, you got a jam. We go to game 3, and it's a surprise to me. WE versus TT. We're here to see what we can see, and if we go further than this, then we would not be.
Come on, you got this.
Looking as crisp. I don't know what rhymes with this. Bliss. Bliss would have been good. We are in a bliss.
You know what? UCal got MVP. Bring it up. His Ari was on point. They stomped WE. They subbed out Chieftain. Chieftain not coming in for game 3. And, yeah.
Yeah. TT won. They won the game. And they didn't lose.
TT came out frigid, was aggressive, playing all around the map, ganking mid. You know who sits in mid? UCal sits in mid. And you know what? His first charm of the game might not have hit, but every other charm hit, I think. Actually, no, there was one that missed later on. I forgot. but
not
you know,
this one.
A lot of the time, he didn't rely on charm. Because you know what he did? He would go in, use his Everfrost, and charm to follow up. That is a smart player who knows how to guarantee his CC. And here in the LPL, we like those kind of players. Those are the kind of players that we love, that we put portraits of, we put them on the wall, we buy stuffed plushies, and we name those plushies after those players.
Do we?
No one in particular. I have a plushie cat named Mole that's right behind me at all times.
Okay.
I do. I do.
I was wondering.
Wait.
I don't have that.
I was gonna say, just wait till it comes back to us. That cat right there is Mole. There you go.
Right. Okay. That's interesting. I have nothing named after a player. I'll be real. You know, if I had a dog, I'd probably call him the Shy because he's an absolute baller, and he would beat every other dog. But that's aside from the point. I tried to make it a bit more relevant because I thought I don't want to call the Shy, like reference a dog, right? Like that's I don't. It's a warm thing.
You're digging yourself deeper, my dude.
It's a warmer thing. It's a loving thing.
It is a loving thing because everyone knows that you love the Shy. But we are in picks and bans, and last draft our roles kind of swapped because if I'm being completely frank, you were kind of cracked at guessing what these teams will draft. So look into your not crystal ball. You're Australian. What do you guys have? Look into your crystal Vegemite.
Okay.
And tell me what'll happen.
All right. So outside of the Jinx, it's going to get picked right now. Oh, Gwen's actually picked up. Hang on. So that means Jinx, Hecarim. Oh, I don't know. I'm already losing out, aren't I? All right. I'm going to tell you.
We can't.
Something crazy.
Can't be all powerful all night. Tell me.
No. Something crazy that will happen. We are going to get. We're going to get a Syndra mid. And we're going to get Syndra versus Zoe through mid.
Okay, Syndra versus Zoe, very aggressive matchup. You heard it here first from Hysterics. If he's right, make sure to show him love and adoration. But the Jinx, now locked in, strong in the bot lane.
Man, so wrong about that one.
For every time you make a shot, you might miss 5 shots. But the point is, you still made that singular shot. But here it is. Rise was left open. And since Rise is left open, Rise comes through. Hysterics' dreams are crushed. Yeah. And now we're probably going to get a lot more of a standard matchup. Still always potential for something like a Syndra to come out in response. But that would be cool. I'd like it.
But will Shie just pick Twisted Fate?
That is a very Shie pick. And that was also the pick that led 2020 LGD to so much success. When we talk about Shie, right? When we talk about Shie playing for Peanut, a lot of those games were on the Twisted Fate. And the thing I really liked about Shie's TF was, typically you see with TF, right? You play away from the TF lane. It just makes sense. He has the global. But back on that LGD roster, Peanut would put a lot of ganks towards mid. You have the gold card to set up. So always different ways of, playing around specific matchups. TT now going to ban out mid laners, which still leaves the hope, the possibility up.
Of what?
I don't know, Syndra or Zoe or something.
All right, good.
I think Syndra would be a lot more likely knowing Xie, and it is, it's a winning matchup in mid for Syndra, so it is possible. But like you said, we have other picks available, the TF, the Galio. You also always could just default back to something like a Victor in this kind of matchup where you will be able to win out heavily in the 1v1. And for WE, right? Because this series, WE in the early game have not done a single thing. WE have waited until the late game. They've relied on those team fights, and more specifically, they've kind of relied on TT making mistakes.
True. I mean, WE picked up a Baron to finish game 1. In game 2, they didn't get a chance to do anything because they kind of just walked into them, and we're going to get a Camille there. All right, so let's see what happens through top support. A lot of teams don't counter-pick support here in the league, Lyric, but there are actually no supports picked up, so Southwind. Are you going to get safe top? No. Leave nah. Stop picking standard. You're at the bottom of the league, Lyric. Try new things.
They'll try new things, which is why they save support for last. Again, always potential for something a little bit crazy. And this is where, if you're someone who watches on Twitch and you have like 200,000 channel points, this is where you all in on TT. This is where you all in on TT after seeing how the first 2 games went out, hoping that some kind of ridiculous throw doesn't happen again, and then when they don't win, you come and you blame me. That's how it goes. Okay. Leona locked in. Very standard draft on both sides so far. A bunch of team fighting. TT having more potential to move from mid so far with the rise, but WE can very quickly change that. You said it. You said it. You said the words. You said the 2 letters. Oh!
No
there
way.
it is. There it is. I told you they could do it.
No
they could
way.
do it. It wins. It wins. They're gonna do it.
Oh my god. Oh no. No, Duari. No. So close. Can do Lulu. Lyric. What are these drafts? TT's your last game. Bring out Urgot.
They have to pick a support.
Oh, I don't care. Play NAR support. I played for Nectin support. Just what? Why draft standard? Try something.
Because, look. When you don't draft standard, sometimes people can get mad. You know what that happen? What you want to do, if you're on a team right now, you're viewing this as, hey, we might be down, we might be out, we might be kicked to the curb, but there is still time to try and learn for next split. Now you might be thinking, aren't there scrims for that, Lyric? Yes, there are. So, my point may be a little bit mute, but point is, standard drafts coming through. Still some potential aggression, especially for WE, who have the Leona, have the Ahri, the Xin Zhao being there. My problem is, we're saying WE have the possibility to be the aggressive ones. We haven't seen that.
No,
not once.
No, we have not.
Not even a little bit.
But hey, at least we're in a game 3. So we know that walking away from this final game with our standard drafts, we're going to get an answer for who is the best, second best from worst team in the LPL, and who is not the second best from worst team in the LPL. See what I said? I didn't say the worst team.
Yeah, that's also why in, our segment, the Golden Ricks, if you missed the Golden Ricks, you missed, oh God.
Oh, you
missed out. That's why we didn't have the worst play, the split. We had most questionable play. Because, again, sometimes people see things that we cannot see. So, I want to go in assuming they have great logic with the play that they're trying to make. And also look at that Gwen skin. She has pink hair. Pink is my favorite color.
Is it?
Therefore, yeah, I love pink.
Okay, therefore what?
Hey, a lot of the statements you make have no follow-up. I'll still remember when you said a play was like seeing a pie on a windowsill. You never broke down why. You never said what that meant. You just ended right there and moved on.
Well,
that's what I did. Pink's my favorite color. That's it.
A pie on a windowsill, like, if you see that, you think, oh, I should steal that. Or I'd like a bite out of that. You know, it's... I don't know how many people in life have actually come across a pie on a windowsill, but that would be...
So you're going like 90s cartoons, because that actually used to be a thing.
Yeah.
You know, thinking back to like things like Tom and Jerry and stuff like that. The pie on the windowsill of the neighbor, the old lady whose face is never revealed in an episode. That's what it's like.
It's always... And it's always, you know, the cartoon character's always drawn to the pie. And they always steal it. But it's... I don't know. I don't know if anyone in real life has actually experienced a pie on the windowsill. I don't know if people still... Hey, Bubu has obviously watched The Shy. Did he watch our segment? I actually think Bubu watched our segment, but the problem is on Red's side.
Oh, no.
How does he get out? Well, he should be fine for now, but he's going to take a pretty rough trade here. Ghost helps him, but he does have to pop it to escape.
Yeah, I had to pop the Ghost, taking a huge trade. And this is in a lane where early on, he should be favored. He should be the one coming out ahead, so had to already use his potion as well. Still should be able to win in terms of like any all-ins to happen, but pretty rough that he had to burn that.
Yep.
Because just like how he's been watching The Shy, TT have also watched The Shy, and they know how to counteract that by moving more members over.
Tough used to play with him, so you got that first-hand experience. Curious to watch topside, see how Bubu actually survives the lane. Looks okay for now, but he's already lost his pot, and New has an advantage. He's got fleet, so it's not going to be the exact same as the Shy, just running into Chair. Ashik and Kadaya, meanwhile, getting bullied out as well, so nice little start here. And, you know, coming into this final game, I don't know what to expect, Lyric. I don't know. I don't really know what, yeah, that's it. That's the end of the sentence.
Here's what to expect. Right now, Bei Shang is heading down. He's going to be spotted by a ward. No action's going to happen because Puff head back. Am I saying all of this in hindsight as I see it happening? Yes, I am. But look at your mini-maps. Bei Shang is invading the enemy jungle. And when you invade the enemy jungle, you know what that means? It means action can potentially happen. And what is action? Action is when two people put up their fists and tussle, just like Xie and Yucal are doing now. Therefore, I don't know.
I just realized I could have given you this as solo cast. You know, you wanted to solo cast, and it could have been my gift to you.
It could have, because, you know, someone messaged me and they said, hey, last year you went on a date with chat, you haven't done that again yet. Oh. And I'm like, what can I do? All these people that I work with just keep coming and interrupting because, you know, they have this thing called no respect. So, would have been cool. Still hasn't gotten to happen. I do remember people did also call us down bad because me and you made too many dating references last year. Which we haven't done this year since, thank God.
I think Gilborg told me to stop projecting last year, so that was something. We went through a lot of dating analogies actually. If you're wondering, you know, you're tuning into Game 3 of WE versus TT, you're like, hey, what's happening? This series is nothing but pride. TT and WE are out. TT are going to be last unless WE lose every single series 0-2. And look, they've just won a game. TT are going to be last no matter what. And, you know, we're just along for the ride. Game 1 was hilarious. I don't know how TT lost it, but I'm not even sure what happened. It's my favorite game of the split somehow.
Yeah, I mean, Game 1 had its quirks. This game resembling that game very closely, considering the fact that nothing has happened yet. But we're about to the level 6 point. Of course, Yucal having that Realm Warp is going to open up those opportunities to make plays across the map. Looks like WE, though, are going to be the first aggressors. Ping's coming out towards topside so far. Of course, Gnar, one and mini Gnar, very squishy, very easily able to be set up for these dives and to be able to look to exploit. Frigid on the opposite side, though, covering for his bot lane.
Shig and Kadai probably going to burn a flash here, but Frigid, I think, is already spotted out. The control ward at least seeing through the try, but maybe didn't walk close enough. Anyway, nothing happens at the end. It just goes back towards the top side. Yucal has Realm Warp. That's what we're waiting for, along with Xie to start moving as well. I'm more curious about the top side because it's View on Gwen once again. And he had a very good time in game 1 against News. Nah, I'm kind of surprised that we just go back to it.
I do want to see more emphasis put towards the bot side, though. Despite, this matchup, these players, and even just hitting on the top lane, whenever you have Enchanter supports come in the bot side, right? Very squishy, very fragile champions. If you can burn their summoners, can't walk forward, can't look to take turret plates like typically they'd want to, and just very easy to set up ganks on. So for WE, I'd like that they're putting more emphasis on the spot lane matchup when when Puff and Southwind can be punished. So we've seen Beishong hovering a lot around this side so far. And for TT, it's a lot about covering that, not letting it be exploited. As WE get Dragon, but TT might find a fight.
Yeah, but Shie, if he comes in, remember, he has no mana. Here we go. Realm Warp taken. Knock up onto Frigid. Yukao just peaced out. Yukao literally just disappeared. He just left his jungler behind.
Yeah, Yukao leaving Frigid to fail. I mean, Frigid just coming back in onto the roster. TT not quite sure what they want to go for, but trying to find the follow-up.
Okay.
Yukao not having the same potential to run people down as typically would on Rice. He doesn't have the phase rush, but he's still looking for it.
And the Death Rocket comes through as well. Look, TT just turned in a whim. A double kill over to Puff, and Yukao, okay, he makes up for it now.
And cool, following through with that emphasis on bot side that we were just talking about. 2-0 on the Jinx now. You have an Enchanter support that's going to buff you up later on. You have a front line in the Gnar. And can set up for those resets coming out from Frigid later on. So TT off to a bit of a banging start. They've been off to a banging start all 3 games.
Yep.
At least WE, though, were proactive. They were the ones trying to set this up. As TT come in, and like you said, Yukao's like, sorry, buddy, I'm out of here. They find the first pick, but Kadai and Xing don't get dissuaded. They keep running forward, but that's kind of to their detriment. Puff finding the slow. Yukao able to get some damage off as well. And even though I hit on, hey, no phase rush, still having the confidence that if he pushes them between turret, Puff now hitting 6 has a super mega death rocket, and they're able to pick up a nice, clean 2 kills.
That's not surprising. I mean, I think WE have had, big early games through the past couple of years. Like, this team has not really had a problem through early. It's always been transitioning. It's always been, like, mid-game for TT. And, with Yukao and Chieftain coming into the roster, now it's Frigid. For some reason, Chieftain got subbed out after game 1 after losing to Baron, which I just find hilarious. They've played towards their strengths, and it's nice to see, but again, early game has been one thing, but TT's mid-game, something else. Game 2, they rectified that, but game 3 is going to be different. We'll see 1k gold lead, 2-0 Jinx, you already mentioned. Let's see Puff carry, and Yukao just hit bot over and over and over again.
Still, though, WE putting that pressure on the bot side that we were hitting on earlier, gonna at least be able to take away the blue buff, but getting some vision down, sets up for follow-up plays on the bottom lane. The fact that you have the Leona means you should have advantage in terms of the all-ins and the 3v3s when they do come out. The only problem that could be is in terms of, like, item disadvantage, right? We see the pickaxe now being picked up for Puff, so we'll be a bit stronger in those 2v2 trades. Xing looks like actually not gonna go pick up the Krugs. Gonna stay in lane, push this out, and we get back to the chill state we were in before. But guess what, Asterix?
What?
Frigid has this thing called the Rift Herald.
He does. He's got to put it somewhere. Now, in our time of chatting, I've been looking through all the status effects, type of crowd control in the game. And I've been looking through, and so far, there's only like 3 that I've seen that only one champion has, right? I talked about Berserk, which is Renata. I also talked about Kinematics, which is Rel's ulti. I actually also found Suspension. There is actually a thing called Suspension. And Suspension is Nami. So I'm not sure if it's ult or if it's Q. But yeah, Suspension is not a stun. It's not a root. It's not a knock-up. And because Tidal Wave is a knock-up. So yeah. So Aqua Prison, Nami's Q is a suspension, which she's the only one that has, which is kind of pog.
Huh. Yeah, that is...
Find you more.
So
It's like a learning
suspension
session.
is a stun, but the unit pretends to be airborne. What interesting wording
Pretends.
on abilities. Yeah, yeah. It actually says pretends.
Right. Pretends to be airborne.
I
What does
don't
that
know,
mean?
That's coming from the League Wiki. So as Bew
He's not going to die.
gets
from
the
Mega.
snips. That's true. But you're right. But hey, I don't write the wording. But point is, Rift Herald did come out like we said. Look at the mid lane. UCal has push. He can start moving down to the spot side first, and TT can threaten to just take this turret outright.
Trying. Xing has wave clear. Herald's still there. Did you say Herald's still there?
No, I said they used Herald, but guess what? TT drop Herald. UCal pushes out mid, gives him tempo for the dragon. WE can't look to contest. And WE kind of just going to be playing to the same rhythm they've been playing all series long. I mean, their late game skirmishing's fine, right? You have the Aphelios, you have the invulnerabilities from the Gwen and the Xin Zhao to serve as frontliners. You made it very, extremely, evidently clear in game one that a Gwen can solo carry a game. So Bew, if TT make one mistake, can always look to pop off.
What other mechanics do you want to hear about, Lyric? What other mechanics?
I don't know. What other unique, interesting ones are there?
Well,
huh?
there's obviously Sleep and Drowsy, which is Lilia and Zoe. They're the only two that have that. And Drowsy and Sleep, like they're different mechanics. Like Drowsy is the mechanic before where you are slowed, then you fall asleep. And then Sleep is the actual sleep part, right? Like Lilia's ulti. Polymorph is a mechanic that is also silence, but then you transform. Lulu is the only one with that. And then Silence, obviously a mechanic that has been shifted out of the game more and more. Blitzcrank, Cho'Gath, Fiddle, Garen. Ballista actually does it to her allies. Ryze technically has a Silence. Did you know? As Flash is burnt from Kadara in the bottom lane. Let's see if we get action. His ulti actually silences allies. So yeah, so when you go into that ulti, you are silenced technically.
There's also Cripple. That's one I remember off the top of my head. I think your Nasus.
Cripple.
Those are two off the top of my head. Yeah, the attack speed slow. Riposte has it. Obviously Wither.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at it. Fiora, Malphite, Nasus with a cripple.
Oh, Malphite as well. Yeah.
Frozen Heart, technically the item has cripple. So, yeah, that's kind of interesting. Blind. Do you know that the only champion with a blind now is Teemo?
No, I didn't.
Because they took blind from it says Teemo. I thought Quinn's Q still had blind.
I don't know. It's been a hot while. As man, I'll also bring this back to we've been talking a lot about history today of again the Teemo nerfs. Season 4, first game of LCS, Bjergsen versus High. High picks Teemo. They wreck them. And then after that, Teemo's Shrooms got capped. It was a sad day in League of Legends when Teemo's Shrooms got capped.
Yeah, it was. I mean, remember, he it was a bit OP before, but even now, I think Teemo's in a pretty good spot now. Just saying.
Wait. TT are roaming up. Herald's being started by WE. We look at the items. Gale Force here for fellas. I don't want to keep taking your job. Kadaya goes in, though!
Okay. Well,
cast it!
All right. Well, Kadaya's already dead. WE in a choke. Look at the shurikens coming through. TT want to take them all down. WE suddenly losing the game, and this is what happens when you're at the bottom. TT with 5 kills, and holy moly, we're going for it.
TT show with Frigid. They are not the last place team in the league. They could come, they could give WE a spanking, they could have a 4K gold lead at 15 minutes, and they get a Rift Herald. They get everything.
Oh, poggers. WE, I don't know what happened after game 1, but you decided TT just deserved the win.
You know, we brought a burst of energy because TT, they deserved a burst of energy as they also get mid lane turret. My God, it was 5K gold lead. Will definitely be 5K, especially once they drop Rift Herald. Looks like New picking up this top lane turret now. And now, I mean, TT can keep playing out through these sides where they will have pressure. And they have so many different tools of, you know, collapsing in terms of like the Realm Warp, Lulu being able to speed up other members and try to find these picks. We see Kadaya, the one to start off by going in. Gets locked down immediately, though, and brought down, and then followed up. My God, really big ultimate coming out from Puff. UCal able to follow up as well. And I mean, just nice kills coming out across the board for the side of TT.
Yeah, and now it's a 5k gold lead. And all of a sudden, you know, TT have just taken over again. So props once more. WE looking kills. And yeah, Lyric, that's...
His team beat RNG.
They beat, and convincingly.
Not even that long ago.
And it was a really good game from them. So what is it against TT that makes them just turn into salami?
I have no idea. That is a good question. I also need to point out, you know, coming in for my massive ego of saying, I told people to put the channel points on TT.
Hey,
looks like a good investment, you know. And I gotta say, I take a 15% cut. 15% cut of those points.
Oh, okay. How do you give channel? How do you set
no
channel
idea.
points?
I don't know. You tell me.
All right, so TT just knocking on the base. So Lyric, we'll wait until something else happens. Gotta wait till something else happens. I'm kind of moving away from... You know, we can move away from types of crowd control if you want. I haven't found anything that's super unique. But, like, imagine this is a huge page. Imagine reading this document, learning League of Legends. That's just nuts.
Well, that's why you don't. You know, when you're learning League of Legends, you just play and just figure it out yourself. I mean, heck, again, it's obviously been a widespread thing of, I mean, even pros, right? Teams with analysts, stuff like this. A lot of the time, you are just playing and deciding what you like, and like you're learning based off feel. So I've definitely the same for a new player.
Yeah.
Oh, big flank, big
Okay.
TP.
King's in trouble. One auto. Puff, not gonna flash. He has ulti though. UCal faking it out, and down he goes. Okay. Well, there's another one, and yeah, we're kind of just putting the finishing touches on.
This gives me a question for you.
Yeah.
What are the hardest things to find in other countries, like something Australian you can get at home outside, but that you feel like it shouldn't be hard to find?
Well, I think Vegemite's one of the hardest things to find, but to be fair, that kind of should be hard to find. But Vegemite came from Marmite, which is a British export. And it was like recreated, and Vegemite's better. By the way, Marmite is garbage. If there's any people from England in anywhere, Marmite sucks.
If there's people from England existing.
Yeah. Marmite is garbage. We can buy it here. Like, I think we have Promite, we have Marmite. Nah, not about that. But Vegemite, dude, oh, it's great. And the problem is, like, getting into this quickly before I answer your question for real. People, like, especially from America, and this is why I respect Hugh Jackman. He went on The Tonight Show, and he taught people how to put Vegemite on toast or whatever, on a cracker, whatever you want. Vegemite, people think it's all Vegemite. No. Slap the butter on there, and then take the tiniest bit of Vegemite and then put it across. It should just be evenly spread, and it's a nice little bitter. It's savory. It's salty. It's so salty. But you don't have the whole thing on there. That makes no sense. And I feel like people kind of misunderstand how to use it. But further to your question, what should...
I feel like I don't have any kind of like special, like Vegemite. I don't know, what is Vegemite? Would that be considered...
It's yeast extract.
Condiment? But what would it be considered?
Like a spread.
A spread.
Yeah. But it's a yeast extract. You know, Vegemite's so strong. I put it on my ulcers, and it gets rid of ulcers. Not even kidding. It's good
Not
for
even
ulcers.
kidding. Oh, Jesus.
I actually, I've got some packed, and yeah, I'll be bringing it.
So what you're saying is for WE to bring this game back, they need some Vegemite.
Yeah.
They need to spread it evenly across their bread. They need the butter. They need all of the works to be able to find the winning fight against TT. They need Ching to bring the Vegemite because he has 2 items.
Yes, indeed. I'm not going to bring you back on track. I'm simply going to ask. Your question was, what should be more available overseas that isn't? Vegemite
Yes.
should be one, but I don't know. The other thing from Australia, like, it was really hard in Shanghai getting bread. Normal bread. It had that, and no offense, but dude, apparently American bread has a lot of sweet bread. Is that a thing? Cream?
Not
Cream
as
cheese
big
cream?
of a thing, but wait. We need to pause.
Oh, not again.
We've seen this before.
Fridge is
We've
back.
seen this before. If you were here for game one,
Wait.
this happened. This exact thing happened.
And it was Chieftain. Frigid's done the exact same thing. Can he get there in time? It's going down fast. Death Rocket helps out over the wall. Oh no, he's stolen it. This is why Frigid's been subbed in. Pop clean and up, and WE going down. All right. Well, that came down to a hair's breadth, and WE just tried to flip it all again.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, like you said, right? This is why Frigid came in. Frigid coming in, finding the steal. I mean, now for TT, it's felt over since it started, which is crazy to say, but after seeing how game 1 and 2 went, it's kind of felt like TT were a bit of the better team the whole time. Even in game 2, felt like the draft from WE giving them more options. This time around, though, for TT, I mean, it's just been action-packed. It's just been a bit of a stomp coming from their side. They've taken it a bit slow after finding each of these kills, but they've gotten everything on the map they wanted. 7 turrets to 1.
Yeah, the 9k gold lead. Baron again. This was close. Like, Frigid got in. Only just.
Yep. Oh, gets the smite. Not able to come out from the side of WE. And then with this, TT even have a favorable position for the fight because WE are the ones committed onto the Baron, gave time for the position to come out from TT, pick up a few kills, and now, I mean, we've seen them pick up turrets. We've seen them push into the base of WE. Looks like they even picked up Dragon while we were in that replay. So now for TT, you can start looking for those game-ending pushes. And heck, another thing you've highlighted in this series is that every game has been relatively fast in terms of when it's ended, right? I feel like every game has been pre-30 minutes, and it looks like that should hold true once again.
Yeah, it's 23 at the moment, so let's get ready. TT going to start with bot. At the very least, New sitting mid. Top side looks like it'll be slow pushing out as that wave crashes up against the turret. And here we go. Now, next question I have is what do you think needs to be made more readily available from the States that is not?
So not from the States, but because of where I live, Mexican food. Tacos, burritos, tostadas, chimichangas, whatever it is
Oh, Frigid's dead.
WE finds something.
Okay. Now what?
Now, TT probably just keep pushing. Because you look at the item, Southwind.
Oh my god, they're by themselves. New on the flank. Yukao helping up Beishang, but look at this. Bew is doing quite a lot of work. Never cat out of Gwen.
Oh.
Polymorph comes through, and Bew is now out of options. Puff's still alive, and that's the ace. Nice try, WE.
And that's what I was saying, right? They're probably going to keep pushing because of the item differences. TT still should be able to win a 4v5. They do. TT come out above WE. Do not let the standings deceive you because TT have not been running UCal plus Frigid.
And
Who knows?
WE
Who
are going to Worlds. Sorry, Luke. You were saying.
I was going to say, TT have not been running Frigid plus UCal. So who knows the heights of this roster, right? We might just look at the series and be like, WE, they're 16th. Like, it's whatever. Of course they lose. But TT could just be this dominant. You could put them against higher tier teams, and maybe this is what the Frigid UCal combination does to people.
Sorry, Luke. It just had to come out. It just had to come out. I don't know what the series was. Oh my god, I can't believe it went to 3 games.
By 15%.
Oh, Lyric. And people would be upset if they didn't listen to you about TT, though. You told them, you said, your points should be on TT. You're right. TT with a better team. And Lyric, I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. Like, these two teams, good luck in summer. Good luck in esports. Because
I feel like maybe that's, you make it sound like they're going to disappear, but for TT, I mean, to round it out on a serious note, right? That was TT's last series of the split. So this was our farewell to TT. This was just for pride. This was just for the fact that it was on the schedule. So nice to see TT at least leave us with a better than bad impression.
Do you remember, we obviously didn't do it because respect for the teams, but do you remember last year, or maybe it was the year before, when Coffin Dance came out, and we all wanted to hoist up teams like TT and WE, send them out with a Coffin Dance. That's the only way to go out, honestly.
Yeah, that was a good one. I do believe, I think that was it was either 2021 spring or it was 2020. I believe it was 2020.
Yeah, it might have been.
But yeah, we obviously weren't doing that. Maybe for the best, even if it would have brought us some internal giggles. Who do you think gets MVP here?
Honestly, I don't know.
Puff.
It's probably just Puff, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be Puff. It's got to be Puff. Puff gonna pick up MVP. And it's also weird since we are online, we don't have interviews.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's right. So that's why I've been going so quick. I mean, it's midnight here. We've only been gone for 4 hours, and that last series went for 3 hours, pretty much. No, it didn't. How long did it go for? Yeah, almost 3.
We've been live for like 4 hours.
So this last one went longer. It went longer.
Yeah.
Oh, RA vs JDG was so quick, and then we got here, and then it was like, okay.
Yeah, JDG that came out and they smacked. And honestly, TT probably should have smacked, right? I mean, heck, game 1 was a crazy, cheeky, silly Baron into one team fight. Literally, one single team. WE had 5 kills in the first game, the game that they won. They got those 5 kills 1 minute before the game ended. So, again, this could have very much been a TT2-0. Could have been an easy early night. But I would not have traded that game 1 for anything in the world.
No,
especially being here with you.
Hey, me too, man. Like that was a banger. Nothing will ever beat that game number 1. It's a shame we've done the Golden Ricks because I'm handing out an honorary Golden Rick to WE for strangest game of League of Legends, and that might not even be the split. That might be for the rest of this year. That might be for the past 3 years. That was just a weird freaking game. I don't know what we saw, but honestly, I don't think anyone can explain it.
Yeah, I know. I don't. It'll take a while. You were right, though. Puff will be our MVP.
Right.
Puff played Jinx. When you play Jinx, you pick up MVPs. It is the way of the world. That is why Betty has so many MVPs this split and is tied for 3rd or something. But yeah, Puff popped off. We saw the potential of Puff and Southwind this split on this roster. I mean, they were one of the more consistent parts of it. But strangely enough, they never really funneled a lot of resources into them.
Kind of happened, didn't it?
Yeah, they kind of put a lot of attention throughout the split onto New. And, yeah, that didn't really work for them. I do feel like they put more attention on bot when Frigid was on the roster at the start of the split compared to when Chieftain came in. And you can tell Chieftain and UCal were like a unit. They played together. Chieftain pretty much only went mid and then would go top afterwards. So maybe using Frigid's a different dynamic. And heck, for TT, again, on another serious note, maybe you look at just utilizing Frigid for next split. Very young player, very new, has a lot he could learn and improve on, and maybe turn into one of the more exciting junglers in the LPL.
Yeah, he's had a lot of promise, and I think he's been better than expected, especially coming into the LPL. And, when we have Chieftain on the roster, you're expecting him not to play too much, but depends what happens in summer. TT with their final game. I think they're the first team to finish, aren't they? In the LPL?
Yeah, I think you're right. That sounds correct.
I'm looking through. Yeah. TT are the first team to play all 16 matches. Remembering 17 teams, 16 best of 3s. So TT the first. They still sit dead last. And WE, because they picked up an individual game lyric, they are not going to sit anywhere other than 17th. WE gate them no matter what. And it's unfortunate with the game difference, but at least, hey, they got -18 to finish off. That ain't bad.
And if maybe we have some WE fans. WE do still have a series left, so WE still could end on a high note, leave a good impression. You know, it would have been great if their series ended on the 2-0 of RNG, just because, again, what a gangster way of ending the split. But they still do play against anyone's legend. But let's get results up on the screen. I don't know why I keep taking your jobs. You can have your jobs back. These are your jobs.
That's okay, dude. You can take. I should have given you the solo cast for today, and But would I would have missed out on what game 1 was, so maybe not.
Yeah, you would have. As if you missed today, JDG very convincingly crushed Rear Adam. And a bit of a surprise of how one-sided that series was. And we all just witnessed what that last series was.
Yeah, we did.
A good time.
Yeah. Well, all the good times have to end. We got to do the coffin dance in our own time. Bury TT and I guess bury WE as well. They can't hit dead last, but at the very least, props to WE for trying.
And those are the standings. And the standings look the exact same as they did at the start of the day.
Oh, that's crazy because RA didn't win. So RA aren't in playoffs. I honestly, I feel like right now I'd be confident with BLG hitting playoffs, RA hitting playoffs without the standing. I don't know between FPX and OMG who's going to hit it. I actually have no clue.
And hey, those are tomorrow's matches. And you know who's going to be there for tomorrow's matches?
You.
I will with 2 different people, Mazel for the first series and Munchables for the second one. So tomorrow will be another day, but with teams like Top Esports and Weibo and IG. Who knows which mid laner they'll play? I don't, but it'll probably be Yukai, which is a bit disappointing.
Don't get Mole. Maybe you get Mole.
But Yukai's good, so it's fine. Yeah.
Love Mole. We had no clue. But yeah, hey, that's it. You experienced LPL today. We all experienced LPL today. We have 3 days plus the 3 makeup days left to go with the split. Then we get into playoffs. Do you feel old? Do you feel old? It's almost April. We are halfway through March. It is almost April of 2022. You're going to blink and you're going to be 75. Still playing League of Legends. You're playing Orianna. This is your 500,000th game. And you're still gold 4. I'm projecting. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Lyric for being with me. Thank you to our English production as always. Thank you to you guys for sitting here and enjoying what has been the best League of Legends we will see all year. It is bye for now, but not forever. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.